right, let's begin, shall we? So, hi, welcome to episode 137 of the Art School live streams. So, we have, I don't know if it's a record day today, but it's pretty damn close. We have a ton of art to check out. So, I'll try to keep the pace and not stall for too long, like I tend to do sometimes. And yeah, I was out of t-shirts, so, so you know, when you see me wearing anything that's remotely formal, it's because I ran out of normal t-shirts. That's all. Just need to do the laundry. You know how it is. So yeah, you know, of course, welcome to all the new students. If you're new to the stream and if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube, and you want to know more about the art school program, how do you get your art reviewed like this every single week for a year? Well, you can find more information about the program down in the description below. Let me load up the menu here. Woohoo. So this is all I will be taking a look at today. A lot. So yeah, the way that these streams go, you know, a little bit of an introduction as usual. So basically, students, you know, of the art school program are free to attend every single weekend and submit their art, submit their assignments, their personal art, or questions. Doesn't have to be art. Excuse me. And I just grab it, you know, the day of the stream. I grab it all in the order that it was submitted, and I try my best to give feedback. And so usually the kind of feedback that you can expect will be like the first or the one or two things that I notice about the art. And usually, since, you know, this is kind of like ongoing feedback, right? So over time, a little bit every week, I'm trying to do that less and less, but like focusing just on the art and more on the path of the artist. So like whatever your goal is, the ideas that yeah, we try to guide you towards that. So not necessarily just, you know, just fixing the eye here, or I'm not saying that the eye needs fixing, by the way, but you know, instead of nitpicking on the image itself, I try to give kind of like more general feedback, like something that would help you with your other pieces as well. And so yeah, but of course, as usual, you can see like everybody here writes a little bit of a description, writes their question, exactly what they want me to take a look at. So that's the idea. You know, if there's something specific that you want to get out of the stream, write it down, and so I'll just follow the instructions. But if there's not much, the default is yeah, kind of the overall direction. Anyways, yeah, Louise, only do these because yeah, because I post them on YouTube later. So without any context, people will be like, what's the point? I mean, I already do get some questions like, oh, I missed the stream again, or I missed the stream, but you know, just read a little bit. You'll see that it's not that you missed it, that you need to be a student for it. So attention on YouTube is a little bit less. But yeah, so what else? So let's just go through what's on the menu today. Oh, and just to finish my thought here. So, you know, whatever you write down on your submission, always try to keep it down to like a minimum, you know, like less text is better, so that we can so that I don't have like I don't spend like half the time struggling over the text, because my English sucks. Everybody knows that. I'm not the fastest reader, and so more text means more of me stalling on English. So keep it brief. That's always nice. And yeah, and you can also let me know like the kind of feedback that you want. Not on what, but the delivery. You know, so if you want something that's more gentle than usual, I always try to be gentle anyways, but you know, like when I started to work in the game industry, and suddenly I had an art director basically come in over my shoulder and be like, nah, I don't like that, don't like that, do that again, redo that, oh, I like that, I wasn't a fan at first, you know. I don't think most. I think that's kind of like the same for most artists. So yeah, if that's you, you know, if you're maybe hesitant to submit something because you feel like it'll crush your dreams or that you can't handle the feedback, just let me know. I'll go extra easy, add an extra layer of fluff to the feedback. So anyway, so let's go through them all here. So this is what we have on the menu in order that we'll be tackling them. Yeah, as you can see, you know, like the skill levels all over the place, and that's good. You know, we have students here that are just starting with the program, others that have been around for a little while, and so you will see a wide range of skills, and that's normal. Don't feel intimidated or that you know, you shouldn't be posting stuff from the earlier terms. Not at all. I always say this every time. But the stuff from the earlier term is all foundation stuff, and so it's the most important. So I'm always quite happy to see that being submitted. So I don't have any prejudice against the early termers. And if you see me stall like this, is that I'm reading the chat, trying to catch up, make sure I don't miss anything important. Not that what you guys are saying is not important, but something that's addressed to me. Alright, so let's keep going. Yeah, so as I said at the beginning here, I don't know that this is a record-breaking day. We have 50 submissions today. I don't know that we've ever had 50, maybe 49, or maybe we reached 50 before once. Anyways, it's going to be a while, so make sure that your chair is comfortable. If you're planning to stick around. Of course, you don't need to. These streams are crazy long now, so you know, I don't expect anybody to go through the whole thing, but it's appreciated if you do, of course. Company is always nice, but yeah, so you don't need to be here, you know, to get feedback. You can submit something and then you know, watch the replay later, because all of these are saved anyways, and so you don't miss anything by not showing. So 52, 53. All right, so all right, so it's not a record day. Whatever, Olivier. It's ruining my intro. All right, let's go, shall we? We have a lot, so let's not waste any time. Let me set up everything perfectly here. All right, so no shaky business. I got my tea close by. I'm not gonna spill it everywhere. Yeah, man. I need to shake this. Such brown stuff at the bottom. Yummy. All right. What's up, Hannah? All right. Let's go. Let's do this. A day full of art. Begin. So we're gonna start here with Henry. Am I big in this? Am I too large in the screen? Whatever. I don't think I changed it since last time, so I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just trying not to block anything. All right. Henry, number 1. So I am doing well. Thank you, Henry. So it's been way too long since my last submission. A lot of things got in the way and I ended up in a rut. But I'm happy to say that I'm back into the swing of things and I hope to carry on the momentum. This is the assignment from Term 2 Perspective class. I don't know where I read Term 2. It's not even in a word. It's not even in a sentence. That's what I meant by my English being bad. I just make up words. So in this assignment from Perspective 2 class, I ended up getting sucked into the trap of over detailing and spent a lot more time than I should have on it. Perspective is my weakness and I wanted to quit so many times. I think I have like a moco hair stuck in my throat again. That being said, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And I'm proud to say that I've learned a ton from sticking to it despite being out of my comfort zone. Yeah, man. Hello. That's nice. Even got a bunch of characters in here. Ooh. So yeah, normally I'd be like slapping your hand virtually if in fact all you did was detail, but I think you managed really well here. Like there's some details that you probably could have could have just not done, not spend time on, like like these details here, like whatever it is. I can't even see it because there's not enough pixels, right? So yeah, and I mean that could have been just maybe just a tiny triangle or something, because seen from a distance it looks like a triangle. So it's that kind of stuff, right? Like these things here, probably overkill. Like maybe in the foreground here, yeah, like these, there's enough distance in between that it kind of makes sense. But for those back there, it kind of just looks like noise anyways. Almost looks like shading. So no real points. So that's kind of a waste of time. Like all these details in between here. Maybe you could like combine two so that we can see it better. Right, so make them just like slightly bigger sections so that they read from a distance better. And then yeah, with the bricks, any small detail really, like you try to combine. Basically with depth, the farther away it is in the scene, try to like combine them so that you don't draw each individual one, and so that you have kind of like a gradient from back to front, where you get more and more detail the closer you come to the camera. But this looks very good. Just like looking at it this way, I feel like this is a little out of perspective, the circle. So let's double check that. I feel like, based on the door frame here, if it's facing the door frame, unless it's rotated a little bit this way, then that's something else. But I feel like it should probably be facing the same thing, right? In this direction. In that case, I think it'd be more of an ellipse, as we've learned to pronounce last episode. Ellipse. So let's try to see what the issue is here. All right, so vanishing point. Oh, that's a big line. That's a thick line. So let's use that. Yeah, that's almost horizontal. So let's use that. All right, so vanishing points number 1 here. All right, so all the stairs work. Yes. All the bricks. So like overall, your perspective is really good. I don't think I have much to say. It's really just going to be that circle here that I can spot being a little off, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just my eyes lying to me. But yeah, everything else is on the money. Very nice. And I could check the other one too. Yep. All right, all good here. I should not have deleted those yet. All right, so let's do that. Let's check for that Stargate. Touching here. Yeah, I mean, maybe it goes over here. Yeah, so the way to to make sure that this is correct, and it's not right. So let's find the center here. So the center of the gate should be right about there. If this is kind of like the frame for it, maybe it's not exactly the frame for it, but this is too far off the mark to be correct. So kind of what I suspected. The thing is just a little rotated a little bit, out of proportion, out of perspective, not proportion. So yeah, to do something like this, you would just need to wrong tool, have a line go through the center, now that we know where it is, and do the same thing here through the center, vertically, kind of like that. So of course, using like the vanishing points here. I'm just eyeballing the top one because I can't see it. So just going off of like the line that I see here. So it, yeah, should be kind of okay. And then now that you have all these points, I can trace a nice little ellipse, kind of touching all the corners. And this is going to be a perfect ellipse, so better than that. But that should be kind of closer to the right, to the correct angle. And then you do the same deal here for the center one. Basically just a scaled down version of the same ellipse. So I think that's going to be it for that, Henry. Your characters look really good. Like you can see their eyes, right? Everything lines up in the right perspective, everything. So yeah, I'm guessing you used a reference for those. But anyways, awesome stuff. So just that gate here, that maybe you'd be able to get like to deform it with just like the formation tool in Photoshop instead of having to redraw the whole thing. So like something that a lot of people will do, you know, like to, instead of drawing this, like I would recommend that you draw it so that you learn how to really do it well. But in the future, you know, you won't have to do this every single time. What you would normally do is just trace a circle like this. All right, and then bring that over here, and then deform it. Poosh, shlapoom, shlakabam. There we go. And then there's your ellipse in the correct perspective. Dun, 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 dun. All right, moving on. Hold the house. To Louisa, no, there's no for the assignments, no requirement for to have colors or anything like that. It's up to you. We see colors later in the program, so we don't really talk about it at the beginning. We try to avoid the subject. Just so that we tackle everything kind of one at a time. Always compare it to like juggling balls. You want to juggle as few as possible at any given time so that you don't struggle as much. All right, moving on to Gailey here. So let me hide all of this. This is going to be very confusing. I can feel it. I'll start going back up at some point. Wait a minute, I've seen this one already. All right, so I did have a good week. Thanks, Gailey. Hope you did too. I've been working on my 1-point perspective piece again this week. I've added some objects to it and started painting it in the grayscale. It's still not finished. If this symbol, like object in the middle, looks strange, I intend for it to be floating in an energy magic like ray of light when the piece is finished. I just have not gotten into that part yet. Also, the last stream it seemed to be unclear whether the arches in my drawing should have been more stretched or not. So I also added the study I did on them. I hope this explains my thought process on the arches. Alright, so this is what we got here. Oh. Right, okay, no, never mind. No big discovery here. Yeah, so this looks better. All I was saying, really, like, I think that's what I was saying, is that like the distance between all of these things here. So the distance here, the distance there, distance there. It's just going like from one to the other, like from one arch to the other, right? It's going to increase a little bit, but it's going to be a percentage thing. So it's going, let's say, like it increased like from here to here by 1%. So this distance, let's say it's 100. Now it'll be 101. And so here, let's say this is 100%, that's going to be 101. So whatever that, you know, is in a like numerical value, it doesn't matter, but everything kind of scales up the same. That's all I was saying. So, you know, if the distance is bigger here, it's going to be even bigger there. So there's going to be a bigger gain because there's more to multiply. But this is good, like right here. But to be sure, you know, like it's really just scaling this thing up. So we can take just that edge right here, duplicate that. Doing, 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 doing. And then it's really just the same thing, but bigger. In this case, slightly wider too. And if you go in a distance, join smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So the relationship between the distances remains the same. It's just like the whole thing kind of scales up and down. Hope that makes sense. Maybe that's exactly. Maybe we were on the same. What's the word I'm looking for? On the same page this whole time. I don't know, but just making sure. Okay, cool. So now it's clear. Good. So yeah, this looks good. Much better. So so is the light going to be coming from? Oh, so it'll be coming from the top, is that it? Or coming from below? Yeah, that was cool. Almost feels like it could be the cover of a book, you know, like a secret book, like this secret rituals. It's like nice. It would be like a nice cover. Yeah, so far very nice. Super symmetrical composition, but everything works so far, and like it's a more static piece, so it kind of works for it. Everything here is like nice and aesthetic. You got a bunch of different, you know, types of elements of art. You know, some spiky bits, some rounded bits, some lines, some dots. That's aesthetic. Very nice. Yeah. So all of these candles here are gonna be generating all that light. Yeah. I really have nothing else to say other than I want to see the colors. Quick, get to work. Get back to work. Very nice. Yeah, the arts just work much better now. Super cool, Gaily. Oh, that explains it. Indra. Ooh, snap. Oh, Missy Dragon. Every week she gets more powerful. Making some progress towards her final form. So I made her. You're welcome. I made her neck a bit longer, desaturated her color, added the shading and scales, and light up the lower part of the sky. Also crop the canvas as you suggested. I think it will hide the line art on the dragon some more next. Yeah, so last time, you know, like the first thing that I noticed when I looked at the image was like, whoa, that's saturated. Woo! Like almost like a flood of saturation, like a tsunami. But that's nice. No such effect right now. Yeah, that's much better. So also worked on a girl, but she's not finished yet. Can you give me some feedback on her anatomy and maybe the bald on the hair? If I must, yes. All right. Yeah, I like that she really stands out, you know? Like there's no question. Like she's clearly in front, clearly floating. She's closer than the dragon because her contrast level is higher and the values. That was good. Composition works really well now. I feel like I don't know, that's like I think the neck is longer, especially if you're saying that you made it longer. But is it also thicker now? Actually, it just feels like really thick here. You know, there wouldn't be much movement possible, much range of movement. You're trying to bend like a big sausage, you know. Maybe just having more of a tapering, like have this just become smaller, maybe. Sooner, like more like more convergent lines going away from us, just to help push the perspective first, and also just to make like the top here around you know, around the skull, basically making the neck a little thinner. So the neck, okay, so it was the same thing, just an optical illusion then. But yeah, I would make it a little narrower. It's a thick neck, pretty thick neck. That's good though. Dragon looks really good now. So it's one thing that that I haven't mentioned yet, but you know, the dragon is blue. The background is blue. There's a lot of blue, and it's the same blue. So that's the only issue that I have with the colors. Now, the horizon, like everything works much better now. Like you can feel the depth much better. Like we can see through her legs here, like what's in the background. That's super nice. It adds a lot of depth. But the fact that, you know, this color and that color is basically the same one. Glitch. I would definitely change the hue a little bit, either towards more green. Probably green would work nicely, like a warmer blue to offset the or to balance out the cooler blue of the night. So yeah, you have like a lot of purple in that blue right here, you know. It's deep royal blue, and so maybe can give her a more turquoise color. Maybe it'll look like poop. Who knows? Only one way to know is to try it. Right, also that selection will do. So let's just do a good old Control U. Add more blue, add more green. Not too much, that looks terrible. And too much red. Yeah, no, more purple definitely doesn't help, because then it flattens it even more, because you have a lot of purple back here. Yeah, I think the only option is a little bit more yellow. So more towards that. Yeah, I think that'd be important. I mean, you know, from here you can still readjust, but basically just making sure that you have like two different types of blues, just to really, you know, separate the character from the background. Yeah, so if she's meant to be like super blue, like baby blue, then maybe make the background more purple. That's another way to go about it. But yeah, just making sure that there's that disconnect between the planes, in colors at least. I think that will help. And then her hair. Yeah, like I feel like maybe there could be like more highlight on her. Because like this part of the skin, you know, it kind of gets lost a little bit from a distance. Like the legs could read as being only that, and the highlight could almost read as being part of the belly of the dragoness. So maybe push that out a little bit more so that it's more of a silhouette than anything else, and then maybe just like a real strong rim light here on the leg, like saturated, just so that it pops. Or just yeah, more saturation and highlights here. If we go full white, is that contrast enough? Yeah, that could kind of work too. Just brighter, because it's not pure white back here, so there's still a little bit of a wiggle room here to get some contrast in values. Yeah, I'll make her pop a little bit more, just so that again, like those two values not too close together. And then for the hair, the same idea. So a little brighter maybe. So like on the edges here where the light will go through and kind of bounce around the hair. And for the deeper part of the hair, maybe just a little more saturation, a little more yellow. more warmth basically where the light hits, so that she really pops. So I remove the light between the dragon and the girl. Light between the dragon and the girl. I don't know. Well, because then there's not going to be any reason for her to be illuminated. So, I mean, I would try to find a reason for that light. So that's this just like not a random light there, but I don't know. Like maybe her stomach is glowing. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like her eyes that are glowing. Yeah, like, I mean, to be honest, it could be just like a magical thing, you know. It's just like she's controlling her and then emitting a light, and like the spell is creating a light. I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. Like I'm not finding myself looking for a reason for that light to exist. Like, oh yeah, no, it's just a spell going on, you know. Nothing unusual around here. Keep walking. But maybe you could have like this orange maybe is a little strange. Like it almost feels like there's like a missing campfire here. So yeah, just making a little bit more sense with the lights. But this one in this area doesn't bother me at all. I think it looks nice. Yeah, kind of like light, you know, like from like an alien spaceship. Oh, that's kind of what I'm getting from this. Yeah, I like it. I think that's it. That was nice. All right, moving on to Navina. I think she's getting pulled up, right? There's nothing in here. It's not even half a sip. But yeah, look, I didn't mention this at the beginning, but anybody in the chat, you know, if you want to chip in at any point, please do. I always try to remind myself to look at the stream chat box, because I'll miss something once in a while, probably every week. So counting on you to keep me on point. Whatever, let's move on. So this is still work in progress, so I would like to hear your suggestions on how to improve it, especially his cheek. That was the toughest part. So question 1, I'm not sure if I did the right angle on his left arm, since there's no arm pick. Yeah, no arm on the ref. And then 2, how should I do his just shaved beard? I'm having trouble with that. So just shaved, you know, it's the easiest way to go about it is just using a light blue color, you know, because that's always kind of like the tint that you got. I mean, unless your hair's like red, you know, but that's not his case. So most dudes, when they shave, you know, it's gonna be kind of like this yeah, light blue tint. So I wouldn't like do a brush that has a bunch of little dots, you know, that always looks a little fake. But if you just use like just a flat brush with a little bit more of this color, boom, this is it. So you don't need to press super hard, you know, just select the color you want and then press a little bit, and use a brush that doesn't change the color too much. There we go. Maybe a little bit more, but it's kind of like this color, you know. So if he was like super, maybe darker than that. Like if he had just shaved and he was like really hairy, like a big beard, might look something like this from a distance, you know. So it's kind of like that color that you're looking for. and less of it if he's not super hairy. And in his case, if you want to really like show the little stubbles, then yeah, you can add like a bunch of subtle black dots, but usually like an overall color works better. At least that's my trick, you know, because you don't want to, the one thing that you don't want to do is attract the attention to that just because it has suddenly like high frequency, you know, it's like a lot of noise in this area, so everybody's going to look at the cheek like, oh, there's something there, and kind of just miss everything else. So subtle is best for that kind of stuff. And yeah, so you were asking about the cheek. Yeah, yours a little flatter, I guess, but still looks really good. Like the structure of the face overall, right on point. I mean, even the hair did a really good job. So that's a lot of details. Yeah, so the cheek, it's mostly just the values. I think your colors overall are nice. The way that you position your highlights is nice. So it's really like just this thing here, like how it gets deeper there. And this is going to be like that. I don't have my skull around, but that's a zygomatic bone. That's called this, like the cheekbone. And it pushes against the cheek, and then right underneath it, there's like not much, right? So you're gonna have your cheekbone here, your eye socket. I should try cheekbone, white. Cheekbone, eye socket, nose, nasal bone. And underneath that, there's not much. So you're gonna get your maxilla here, and then the zygomatic bone kind of goes into the zygomatic arch here towards the ears. And then you have your mandible, right? It slides right underneath that. But then in between here, there's not much. It's just muscles and just skin and fat. And so that's why you kind of get this dip here, kind of like the same as your chest up here going into the abdomen. Suddenly there's no bone pushing against the skin, so it kind of dips. So let's remove his makeup and apply that here. So I just wanna a little bit of shadow there. Better than that, obviously, but that's all it is. So it's just like digging in the cheek. Your skull is on your neck. What? What are you talking about? Is that a dad joke? So for the face, that's it. You know, it's really just that. So having in that, you know, kind of just having the shading kind of dissipate better than this. So just you want to soften that out as it goes towards the bottom of the jaw here. That's really it. Everything else looks really good, man. Look at that here. What the hell? It's like a photo. And then you haven't mentioned that, but like two things I would change just for presentation. The background here, get rid of that, like that super bright red. Not good to attract so much attention to the background. Super saturated too, so it kind of fights with your character here. With backgrounds, you know, you try to go as muted as possible. Usually more desaturated than your character itself. So, you know, if this is like the max saturation for your character, not fully saturated, but I don't know, like 90%. You want to make sure the background is less than that, not 100%. So sliding that here, like this red would work better already. But probably also something that's a little further away in the values, so that this value here and that value there, not too close. So let's do that again, but saturate it, and then brighter, maybe. So the character pops a lot more now, and it's actually closer to the photo. So either that, or like go full black. Although he's got a bunch of black on him too, so yeah, no, that doesn't work. So yeah, lighter is the secret. Lighter and more desaturated. And the shading on the shirt here, I think yours is a little dark. You know, this is a lot more reflective of a material. You get a lot more light here reflecting off of the sleeves, and especially the shoulder here is very visible. It's quite bright here. Just wanna do that too here. Make him pop even more. Pop, pop, pop. All right. And then the arm, real quick. And it looks like he's got his hand in his pants. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he was supposed to do, but I would guess, just based on the fold here, that this the shape of his upper arm is kind of like a cylinder in this angle, so coming towards the camera a little bit. And I'm able to tell just by looking at the the curve here on the armband, right? So curved upwards, indicating the angle of the cylinder that it's on. I'm not dying, I'm okay. So yeah, so that would be kind of the direction. And then for the forearm, I don't know. You know, it could be in front like this. Could be going in his back here, like he's joking. You know, fingers crossed. You know, either way. But the upper arm's coming towards us, so that's the main difference. Oh, that helps. Real nice, very good study. Moving down. Oh, got it. Okay, so the background was just a temporary thing. Gotcha. But yeah, hope that helps, Navina. Very impressive study. Clearly that took a while. So moving on to Julia here. Right, so you got it. You're very welcome. I tried to implement it as best as I could, so the feedback from last time. Also, I added a little bit more texture, as recommended by an observant classmate. Well done, observant classmates. I tend to select self brushes. Do you have a tip for me on how to avoid that? Any feedback is no. That's good. Keep doing that. Why would you want to change that? It's helpful for shading. Like, that's why your shading is so nice, so clean. There's no like weird brush strokes that, you know, that kind of attracts attention for no reason. I like your shading. Shading is quite nice. What you could introduce maybe is more selection tool. So if you want to have like crisper edges, like sharper edges, so you know, like maybe here, if you want like the definition between this mass and the shoulder to be a little bit more precise, or a little bit more, yeah, a little bit better defined. Selection tool works great for that. So you select what you want to select, another soft brush, and then boom, boom, boom. And now you get this nice clean edge, but you're still using the same soft brush. And by the way, selections, you know, practice using that a lot, because it's going to be part of any digital artist's workflow, and that's something that you use a lot, and it can really speed up your process. It can really speed up your work. So yeah, just that's a good way to start using it. For brush strokes, that's going to be your art style, you know, like there's really no point in me recommending anything. It's really what you prefer. So if you see like an artist that does like really nice brush work, then kind of, you know, observe what they do, where they put the brush strokes, where they don't put the brush strokes, how big they are, how small they are, depending on, you know, the area of the painting. All of that stuff is just, it's seasoning, you know, so that's kind of your preference. Self brush is nice for efficient workflow, so I would not steer you away from using that. Now, my second question this week: how do you draw a sphere in 3-point perspective? Easy. It's going to be a circle. It's going to be a sphere. As you can see in my set attempt, I don't get it. I haven't seen your entire perspective course yet, so I'm thinking about that later. Yeah. A sphere in perspective is always circular. Always. a circle in perspective, not circular. It'll be more of an ellipse in some cases, but the sphere is just going to be always round. Super simple. So right, while the sphere itself will be round, the cross section, if you were to split that in half, if this was just a circle, not that had no dimension, if it's two dimensioned, not no dimension, two dimensioned, maybe it'd be something like this, like a cross section of an ellipse. So that would be kind of like a flat slice of it, and then you would remove that, and that would be kind of like just a circle in perspective. But sphere, it's always a circle, easy. So yeah, this works nice now. Love the leg. Like what you could do, maybe that would help. Like I like the smoke here, that's nice. Maybe add something like behind her, like clouds in the far distance might be super cool. Again, because kind of similar to what I said to Indra, like she's blue against a blue background, so there's like that's the feeling. So let's try a different reaction. And clouds will be the easiest because yeah, it's wider, there's not much color, and it'll contrast nicely with her. And also it usually makes sense in a landscape environment. I don't know that you want to add clouds, but I'm just going to show you anyways. The power. And that could be like super dramatic. And also it's just one extra layer, so it adds more depth just by being there. So let's pop. Did I do? Yeah, new layer. Good. Maybe there's like some big cumulonimbus behind her, or maybe it's like a sandstorm happening, and then maybe a little brighter here on the side that they're facing the moon. That's too much. Huh? And then shadow on the opposite side, because clouds do cast a little bit of shadow. Yeah, like maybe something like that, like some sort of cloud behind her might be nice, just to help push the depth in there. Other than that, really, really cool, Julia. I like it a lot. The fire effect should reflect light back to the genie, and to the surrounding area to give the image more warmth. Yeah. I mean, there's already some, right? So there's already a little bit of orange here. It does reflect. It just depends how bright you want those flames to be. They could be super bright, but then again, you know. Where am I drawing? If it reached all the way down there, yeah, you could. That might be cool. Adding a little bit of light on the environment also. Not too much, but like a little bit in the sand, like warming up the sand in this area. Maybe kind of just as a like overall good call. Overlay maybe like a little bit of that, super subtle, just to warm the area, to make this cold night a little bit warmer. Nice call. I like that. Yeah. All right, moving on to Renee. So thank you for the feedback last week. It was helpful. That's good to know. So this week I have continued to work on the head constructions after your feedback last week. I practiced more with the head without facial features, with construction lines, and I found myself struggling more with angles, looking up or down, as we all do. But yeah, the angles that are harder, focus on those, because those are the ones that give you the most XP. It's like a boss battle in the game. I also did more facial features based on those photos and included the base next to them. Our head's looking okay. And how are their overall structures? Last week you mentioned that it's more effective when studying the facial features to do one closely looking at the reference and then one focusing on construction. No. Did I understand what you meant for that last week? Alright, so I also did one. I've been told that your work looks too soft. I mean, I don't know. Like, who told you that? maybe it's worth keeping it in mind, or maybe it's worth discarding the feedback. I don't know. I don't have a comparison here, so I don't know what it was before. Like I feel like I see the brush strokes too much here, so that would be kind of like my feedback. Maybe a little too busy. Like this reads nice because it's like the eye just goes right for her face. There's a lot of really cool contrast here and like a lot of small details. And then her shirt is busy, but it's kind of like overall noise, so it's not one, you know, area kind of attracts the eyes, kind of the same overall. Yours maybe a little bit more patchy, so like I noticed it more. Same thing with the hair. Like hers all nice and soft. Like you can see it's almost like there's no hair texture. It's almost like a solid mass. So even though there's a lot of details, it's still like if you squint, it's still pretty simple. It's kind of just kind of overall light in this area. Overall light in this area. That's kind of what it reads at. So it doesn't attract as much attention as these like really clear brush strokes. So yeah, I would, if anything, I would just like remove that, you know. Less is more in this case. Just soften all of that stuff. Basically for portraits, you know, something to keep in mind is like focus on the face a lot. Everything else, hair included, usually you can go like super rough. Because the last thing you want is people looking at the hair instead of the face. Unless the hair was what you were focusing on, probably not. So yeah, like all this, softening her skin, give her nicer complexion. Nice soft baby skin here in the highlights. From this distance, we're not going to be seeing much of the pores at all. So yeah, if anything, I like, for certain things, softer is nice. But yeah, I can't really talk on that particular one because who knows? I don't have the comparison. Maybe it was like super soft before, like way too soft. I don't know. This is good though. It's good. It's just like the finish, yeah, just making sure that you don't attract the eye, you know, with brush strokes in areas where you don't want the eyes to go. And usually like softer brush strokes help with that. So what else? Study facial features into one closely looking at the reference, then one focus on construction. Yes. Yes. Basically, like in other words, you know, you need to quiz yourself every time. So you draw an eye. Like if you've never drawn an eye, obviously you can draw one. You can construct one. You can draw one from memory. You don't have that information yet. But so you would look at this, draw one from reference. This is the same way that we started in term 1 with gesture drawing. So you don't know how to draw bodies yet. Doesn't matter. We need to start somewhere. So we need to observe. We need to have some sort of visual information coming in. So yeah, if you don't have any, then look at this and draw what you see. Then after that, once you've done that a couple of times and you're a little more familiar about, about structure, overall structure of the eye. Maybe you don't understand everything yet, it's fine. But at least you know kind of what an eye should-ish look like. Maybe you probably did already. It's an eye after all, but I'm just talking in general here for other things that you might want to paint. And then from there, you learn how to construct it. So in the case of an eye, yeah, there you go. So the eyeball, and then the layers for the eyelids, and then where the eyebrows would go, based on that, all that stuff. And then practice constructing the eyes using a reference still, so that you always have something to kind of look against. Like, am I doing this right? All right. Doing that over and over. And after that, you can start to wing it. Once that becomes a little easier with the reference, you can start to remove the reference and try to wing it on your own. But every time that every time you have a question that you're not sure, always go back to your reference to make sure that everything's correct. And that's kind of the process. And over time, you use the reference less and less. Eventually, you don't use it anymore. When drawing eyes become easy. What's going on with your keyboard, Bruno? All the A's are changed to O's. Marc, potato. All right. These are great. So I think you got it. And it's just matter of doing more and more and more. But these look great. These are really, really nice. And something that helps too, like when you draw such clean constructions, is to shade it a little bit. Shade it super simple. It's just a face, right? It's just flat, so there's not going to be any any gradients or anything like that. It's just going to be flat shading. But looking at that up here, that's kind of the line delimiting, indicating where the shadow is going to be, basically. So you can start to do these kinds of things, like underneath the eyebrows here. Clearly, the eyebrow itself kind of acts as a little roof, and so anything underneath will be darker. So you can start to introduce those, and then it'll just enhance your understanding of the volume itself when you draw this. And then sometimes, when you apply the shading, you'll be like, oh, my drawing was a little bit off. So like the shading might be something that you're more familiar with because it looks more like real, like you're used to seeing people with shading on. So when it's not too hard, if shading is super tricky, like don't do it for everything. But when it's a little more obvious, like right under the eyebrows, that's kind of easy to gauge, like right underneath the eyelid here. You could add a little bit here. Just starting to do those. Super simple. You're not going into any nothing crazy, just flat shading. If you feel up to it. Yeah, and if it's more fun, like when you draw these, instead of drawing just a guideline for the mouth, you can just draw a mouth. Same thing with the nose. That's easy enough. And then I don't know, maybe it's just a personal thing, but I feel like it's more fun to just draw like where the mouth is supposed to go. You draw an actual mouth. Now it looks looks less like a study, more like art. Little nose, and then the eyes. So you can start to do that. It doesn't need to be detailed at all. But this way, you kind of have maybe like a better reference when you rotate, especially see the reference, like to see what happens between that ratio, like how things organize themselves in different perspectives. So let's say trying to find one that's a little more extreme. Let's say like in this case here, like where would the nose be in relation to the eyes? So in this case, the nose would be a little higher. The eyes would be around here. The mouth would be there. And so it's looking at the relationship between the nose, when the nose is a little higher, what happens to the distance between the tip of the nose and the eyes, like just getting used to those relationships. And so I think that would help. But yeah, these are pretty good. A little shaky, not shaky, a little soft maybe. Like they're made out of of soft Play-Doh. Just making sure that all your lines are nice and clean. Your circles really round. Your cross sections are really well defined, all parallel. So this is like the most important. So these are good, but they could be a little tighter. So that's good. It's good practice. Seems very good. And like none of them is completely deformed. So clearly you can do this, and it looks like a good challenge. So yeah, good stuff. Keep it up, Brunet. Moving down here. Oh, Moko's getting scolded. Oh no, the A's have left the chat. Oh snap. Ooh. Oh, right on the nerve. Oh, son of a bee. Oh. I'll survive. Alright, Louisa. So I spent this week trying to improve my one-point perspective drawing skill. Please see above my attempt at drawing a medieval kitchen. Let me just blow my nose first. Let's cut the audio here. All right. All right. So attempt at drawing a medieval kitchen. Ooh. And also try to draw an inn using 2-point perspective. Could you let me know how I'm doing? I've also practiced a bit of gesture drawing, and I think my skill improved because I'm able to add even more details to my 30-second poses. Yes. There you go. So do you think I should spend more time on perspective 1 module? I know everyone studies at his or her own pace, but I'd like to ask you how much time I should spend studying each module. So yeah, it depends. It really depends. Kind of the overall answer I usually give is to try moving ahead, and if things are like too overwhelming, then maybe you move ahead too fast, you know, to kind of go back and revisit the previous term. But if you move ahead to the next one and you're like, oh yeah, I can handle all of that, then perfect, keep going. So, and also if you're just curious, then go ahead, you know, watch the other classes, and then you can always come back and, you know, work on the stuff from the previous term. But yeah, it's not like a hard rule or anything, it's just a recommendation. So yeah, I mean, because I don't see like mistakes in your art much at all. So yeah, I think you're ready to move to term 2. Yeah, that was good. I don't think there's anything off in here. Let me just double check. One thing that you could add in here though, something that always looks nice, it's thickness. Dun, dun. So you know, anything has thickness, and in perspective drawings especially, it just adds a lot of I don't know, just aesthetic. It just looks nicer when stuff is not just paper thin, right? So when you have a single line like this, it's just like, oh, is this made out of paper? Because that's what it looks like. But of course it's not. So adding a little bit of thickness here. Oh, and what we got here? Optical illusion. Yeah, so we just want to make sure in here that that we have some undersides for these shelves here. Right, so the underside of the shelf. Same thing here. It's kind of just missing. So we have some thickness up there, you know, from the roof down. So this is the side of the, okay. And that's a weird line too, you know, like I would avoid those weird overlapping lines when they happen to line perfectly with another unrelated line. So like these two lines they share the same line. Is there another word for line? Anyways, but they really don't need to, because it's two different things, right? This is the corner of the wall, and this is just the top of that little structure here. Like, I would just move that up so that they don't overlap so perfectly. And you can go as high as that corner, really, until that corner touches the side of the wall there. So of course you would need to readjust the lines and everything, because the perspective is breaking as I move this, but yeah, like I would have it at least overlap a little more than being flush. And down here, what we got is the same problem as we had with the shelf. There's no underside of it. So any horizontal line in 1 point perspective is going to be horizontal, completely horizontal, no angle. And all the lines going away from us will all go to the same point. So now we can trace a new line for that corner. That's thick. Going towards the vanishing point here. And then under here, all in black, that's going to be kind of the underside of this little shelf unit. Trace another one here. So the corner ends right there, so we can trace another horizontal line. And so I'm drawing over your spoons here, but this would be kind of like the entire underside of this little shelf thing. And then this one line right here, I don't know what this is, but it's kind of confusing. So let's take that out. All right. So if you want to add like lines like this for details, just make sure that it kind of makes sense and that it's like similar on both sides. If it doesn't make sense, because then it can be just like a detail that, you know, the craftsman that built that included, but it's just found on one side. I'm just guessing that it's probably a perspective line that you misplaced, even though maybe that's not the case. Yeah, if you want to have like lines here, you can. And a bunch of sections for that. I don't know. But yeah, it was just missing the underside, so careful. That looks good. For the depth here of the windows, like the thickness of the door of the window frame, like that line here needs to still maintain the perspective, right? So this line is the line going away from us, so it's going to go towards one or the other vanishing point. You know, that line here goes towards this one, so if this is a perpendicular line, it will go towards the other one. And so you just want to make sure that straighten that out and orient it in the right direction. So the corner of each window with the 3 pixels that I have to work with are all pointing towards the vanishing point. And then these on the other side will be pointing towards the other vanishing point over there. All right, so making sure that's all correct there, even in the details. Those are 1 minute. I think my face says it all. I am impressed. That's the right side of the drawer. Right side of the drawer. Not sure I understand what you mean. Anyways. These are killer, so yeah. For 1 minute too. Very good. Very good. All right, I'm doing good. How are you? After thinking about doing commissions, another problem that I have is how much is my artwork worth? Ooh, the $1 million question. Piece I deleted. That line here? That was the right side of the drawer. Let me undo that real quick. See what you meant. Oh, so the inside. Ah, I see. I got you. Got you. Ah. Okay. Yes, I see it. Okay, so my bad. You're correctly right. You're correct here. Um, just another weird coincidence, you know, like that all of this is lined up. There's no reason why it should be lined up. And that really adds a lot of confusion. So we're just really trying to avoid those lines that go in the exact same direction as other lines, but that are not like structural lines. It's just like a coincidence that this angle is the same as that angle. Because, you know, you could just extend maybe that, like push that in a bit more, and then the angle will be completely different. You get like this, and then like that, and then like this again. But you're right. Yeah, this works, you know, considering this is like the inside of the box. This is what's touching the wall here. And then you have kind of like this section in purple sticking out. Yeah. Yeah, if it's all like hollow. Okay. That works. Yeah, good catch. Almost got away with saying something that's completely wrong. Whew. Saved. That's so going back to this question here. I don't know. I can't price your, you know, it's I would look at comparables, you know, kind of the same thing as housing, as like real estate. You look at if you want to price one house, you know, if you're trying to sell your house and you're not sure what price it should be, just look at other houses that are similar in the neighborhood and, you know, that have sold recently. And so you get, all right, so this house was kind of the same, sold for that, and then you kind of make an average of that, so that gives you kind of a, yeah, like a ballpark price for your own things. Like how then you would just need to find other artists that you feel are at your level currently and see how much they charge for it. So find a bunch so that you get a range there. Because I'm not the right person to ask about, you know, like pricing, commission. It's been so long since the value that I attach to art is way different than it used to be. Now, like, yeah, I've been too disconnected from that, so I don't think I would be like a good gauge of that. You know, like when companies, because what I've been used to for the longest time now is just the money that companies will pay me to do art, and that's crazy amounts, you know, compared back to when I was doing commissions. And so I've kind of been dealing with corporations this whole time, not individuals. And so the amount that people will pay for art, I don't know. I've never paid for art. Like I'm not one that will pay for somebody's art, and that's maybe weird, but I don't know. But then I know that a lot of other artists will pay for art, and that they're gonna have really clear thoughts about what's worth what, and I don't know. But all this is to say that going back to kind of like the first thing I said, just try to find comparables, other artists that you feel are at your level, and see how much they charge for their own commissions. The least you can charge, I mean, you know, again, like if you live in California here, you won't have a choice but to charge a lot of money because it's expensive to live here. Houses are like, rent is high, everything's expensive in Orange County. The same way that you'll be able to charge much less for it and kind of have more value as a result if you were living in, I don't know, like in Vietnam or something, you know, where things don't cost as much. If you get paid in US dollars, then the same, like, I don't know, the same $50 will go way further over there than it would here. So you kind of have to keep that in mind too. So it depends where you live. It depends on a lot of things. So it's really like an impossible question, but comparable is the way to go. So when working on a piece, is it important to really render it to perfection? No, because I feel that I won't learn that much if I fully render the image. So I just stop at the quality. Yeah, and that's good. You know, you stop when you feel happy with it. So a lot of people don't know. A lot of artists struggle with that, and they'll keep detailing, and they never really feel satisfied, you know, to stop. And so that's an advantage. If you feel like when you reach a certain point, you're like, all right, I'm done. I got everything out of this one that I could. Time to move on. That's great. So, you know, keep that. Don't let that slip away. It's a good thing to have, to be able to tell for sure. So, you know, when I do my art now, it's my standards way lower. Well, not really, but it's like I'll spend much less time. So I'm way more satisfied with a rougher finish than I used to, and that allows me to just keep moving, like just churn out more stuff, and that's good, I think. So I was just testing the colors on the character concept, so it's not that good, but I would like to know what you think about it. Character concept. This one here. So that was the commission. Concept. Where is the concept? And also, you can do that. It's impossible. So there you go. You got your answer. I was just testing the colors on the character concept, so it's not that good, but I would like to know what you think about it. Which one? And no need to give your thoughts on the portraits and the full body artwork. This one right here, okay. Colors are good. Yeah, like gold and that color, that all works really well together. I would just say maybe tweak the values a bit more. Like some of these are pretty dark. Like the hair looks nice, but I like that better. You know, it reads like from a distance. This might read more as like just black and white, just because saturation is so low. So the gold not too big of an issue. That kind of works, but the hair definitely, like I think you could brighten that up. You can see some more details. Lighten. Dun, dun. There we go. And maybe even a little brighter than that. Yeah, I like this color palette. It's nice. Very nice. Like the fact that the gold is heavier on the bottom of the character, maybe that's something that you could like spread out more spread out more evenly, because it might start to act as a one of the key colors, one of the main colors, you know, like, so you have a little bit here, a little more here, and then more down there. You kind of lead the eye away from the face of the character, but then at the same time you have a more rare color around the head, so you kind of like pulling the viewer in both directions. I don't think the gold would be much of an issue if it was just a little bit more spread out, you know, so like maybe her maybe here is a little bit more gold, maybe she's got something on her arm, just so that the gold is not just located in one part of the character. It's kind of just, she just wears it everywhere, and then this way it's not gonna attract attention anywhere in particular. And then that's nice, real nice. Can't escape furry requests. Shameful. Says the one who did some back in the days. Not my kind of art, but it's technically good. Yeah, I like there's the consistency in the wings, like how it feels like both wings are kind of as big. It's just like clearly this one is just foreshortened. Yeah, I like this. Nice proportions too. Nice. Yeah, I love to see that you're spending a little more time on your bodies. Yeah, that's good. Like I would just make sure that this doesn't read too much like a tube, you know, like a plastic tube. This is a finger really. So you know, if you look at like a bat wing up close, you'll see like the joints in there. And so yeah, I would look at that so that you can kind of just apply the anatomy a little bit more carefully on those wings. But other than that, a very nice composition, very effective, you know, point of emphasis, like the eye goes here directly. Yeah, so far so good. Well, that helps. Very cool. Going down one more. Whoa, wow, wow. Wow, that's a lot of work. I love to see this. Oh snap. You'll find it, I don't know. I don't know. That's very impressive, and like I'm really happy to see this because I know there's no way in hell you didn't get a ton out of doing these. Wow. All right. So this week I continued with anatomy. Started by constructing, and who is this by the way? Robin. All right. So started by constructing some action poses, but at some point I realized that my idle pose looked a bit off, especially in the 3/4 view. The look looked a bit stiff, and the anatomy was also off a bit. So I declared war on these idle poses. It's a weird thing because I had the feeling that more dynamic poses are somewhat easier to draw for me, but I think it's just because of an action pose you get easier opportunities to introduce some gesture, and it's also harder to see that something looks off when it's in motion. Yeah, there might be some truth to that. So I tried to use really subtle gestures in my newer poses and also experimented a lot with pushing some parts of the anatomy and while pulling others. You can maybe look at these poses and explain what works and what not. Could you maybe? I also saw the sketch of you upload on Instagram. I thought it was super cool because the anatomy is super stylish, but it still works really well. Yeah, and that's what's cool, you know, with practicing something a lot, you get to a point where you can feel confident enough that to stretch it a little bit. You know, it's almost like a I always go back to my recipe comparison, but analogy. But that's really it. You know, like you get handed down a recipe for like cookies, whatever, from your mom, and it's like your mom's recipe. Like, oh, all right, it's perfect cookies. But then I know as you do the same recipe yourself, and then maybe it's your family now that you're making the cookies for. And then, you know, your kids are like, well, I like this, but I want more chocolate, or I want this, or I don't like that, or, you know, whatever. It tastes too much like this, too much nuts, you know, I don't like nuts, whatever. So anyways, you'll end up making that recipe your own, you know, like you tweak it. But after you've done it many times, because you know what works in it, what kind of wiggle room there is for you to, you know, to kind of make it your own. And that only comes with enough experience and enough control over the techniques, over the subject, not the techniques, of the subject. So can you look at these and explain what works and what doesn't? I mean, at first glance, all of these work, you know. So let's take a closer look to see subtleties. Yeah, man, these are great drawings. I love the just the line quality too. Very nice. Very nice. I mean, it's not like these poses are not going to work, you know. The most important is just looking at the proportions, making sure the proportions work, that nothing is too long versus something else, that perspective is correct. So all those more important fundamentals. And then, you know, about the pose, then it's just it depends, you know, like some characters you want them to look stiff, like they're like frozen, like they're scared, or they're worried, or they're kind of like nervous. In that case, they might look a little stiffer. In other cases, they might be in action, might be more relaxed. So pose is definitely not as important. But if you're going for something that feels more real, then it's going to be, yeah, a big part is going to be in the major joints in the body. So making sure that those are oriented properly and that you feel the weight where it should be. So let's see, have I think that's a good example. That's a really good one, you know, and this one works well. It could work better though, but this one works well because you really feel the weight, right? So the majority of the weight of this, in this case here, is going to be on this leg, on her left leg. And that's why this extra weight, this extra force is pushing against the hip and pushing the hip higher versus the other side. This one here is a little bit more loose. There's not as much weight, and so it's kind of dangling more. So when you do that, usually you'll want to offset the shoulders based on that. So having the shoulders go the other way, just so that you balance out the volume, the mass of the body. Because if it goes this way and then that one goes that way too, then the character is like, oh, suddenly off balance, it just falls on his face. And so here, you know, it might look a little more dynamic, a little more relaxed if you offset the shoulders more. So the shoulder a little lower, the shoulder a little higher. So think of it this way, like for poses, always offset those two. Maybe that's already something that you knew, but just a quick reminder. And in some of these cases here, and it's similar for a lot of them, like the balance always seems a little bit off. Like it's something in the position of your legs. It's not a big deal, but it's just like the way that the leg is positioned, the way that the feet are planted, always a little too much forward for comfort. Like the character will likely fall unless there's a wall behind her. Like this one here works if she's leaning against a wall. You know, if there's like a brick wall behind that she's leaning against, no problem. But otherwise, let's do it. You know, like circle here. It goes straight up based on this perspective. Yeah, it's like this part here of the body is a little too far back, and usually you'll want like the heels and the shoulders to be kind of aligned vertically, at least. I think in this case, like the shoulders are a little too far back. But yeah, anyways, in most of these cases, it's just a matter of like pushing the legs back a little bit. Like that one's good. I said most of them are not. Most of them have this problem, but that's not true. I'd say maybe just half of them. Like this one here, those feet are too forward. Again, that works if there's a wall behind her, but other than that, you want those legs to curve a little more here, be planted a little further back to maintain balance. From the front, you know, that's not going to be as visible if it is a problem or not. Same thing here, just pushing those feet back a bit more. This one too. And all of these, you know, they just look a little too tilted backwards. Yeah, and then like rotating them like that's not going to help either. So it's really just like the leg needs to be independently kind of moved back for them to be a little more stable on their feet. And to keep in mind that offset, you know, with the hips, that line here, if the character's straight, then you're gonna have both of these straight. But the second that one goes down, the other one will kind of go the other way. The other one will kind of go up. So if this side goes down, this side goes up. not necessarily proportionally, but kind of. You know, if this one is super angled, then you'll want to kind of deform the other one in the same way. But yeah, I mean, other than that, awesome job. You know, like the way that you simplify the anatomy here works really well. Very effective. Like we get a lot of information out of these. Proportions just on point everywhere. I know most of these are kind of stylized, you know, like longer legs than you would find in real life. Like these are really long legs, but it looks good. You know, everything is in proportion. If the legs are long, make sure the arms are long enough. Yeah, these look really good. Really good. And now you have base bodies for a bunch of drawings in the future. Yeah, look at that. Awesome. Yeah, now the fun part. Try to do these without references from memory, and then try to do it as best as you can, and then always supplementing with reference when needed. But yeah, I mean, you understand a lot already. It's not gonna be long that you can draw this from imagination completely. Very impressive. Moving on to Sergey. Alright, I'm introducing a new character and new location in this drawing. I guess few of hands from 12 hours hand drawing. Oh. Alright, done with hands. That's a lot of hands already in one painting. More than most people would be comfortable with. So, good job. Could you please give general feedback on this drawing? Arms on the background might blend with the sand, however I've tried to highlight them because the initial intention was to make a monochromatic scene similar to some of those from Blade Runner. Okay, and then I decided to leave the colors on the character. So the character, maybe there are a lot of those small lights and sparks which might drive attention away a little bit. Yeah, I think you're right about that one. So I don't think it's a bad idea to have these. You know, that kind of looks cool. That kind of purple and light. So definitely, you know, keep those, but maybe not as much, or maybe like position it better. You know, so it's not everywhere, kind of sprinkled equally, but maybe more just around the hits themselves. So, you know, let's say it just almost like when you hit it, it's almost like, you know, dust, like kind of goes away, but only locally. So where he's tapping, you would get more of it, almost like little clouds. Outer glow. Too big. I don't know why my glow is not glowing enough, but anyways, yeah. So for these particles, just organizing them better, I think would be kind of cool. And then yeah, sure, you can have a few that are kind of lost in the wind, but maybe not these big trails, because it does distract from the character quite a bit. That's very cool otherwise though. Nice hands. Yeah, for your hands, if anything, like I like the fact that they're kind of well integrated with the background. I would maybe push that even more, you know, so you can have a little bit more sand here, like they're more sand in. So like have them kind of stick out, but maybe have that sand be more visible, like it's going inside the palm of the hand here, maybe like a little higher. so we can really see, really feel that the hand is in the sand, not just kind of just laying on top of it. Because that's what I'm getting a little bit. You know, like this hand feels like it just dropped on the sand, and those ones here are, yeah, those are fine. But maybe, you know, since there's something that stick out here, like the dunes would form around them. You know, like more sand would kind of get stuck in between here. So yeah, so maybe just having something at the base just to make the connection. Yeah, and then for these ones here in the foreground, like some sand on the inside here. Just having them, you know, be part of the scene, like they've been there for a long time, and they've just been, you know, covered in sand over the years. Yeah, and other than that, like this guy looks awesome. A little dark, you know, in this area here we can't really see what's going on. So I would just brighten up those darker areas, especially if there's lights, you know, coming from this what's the word of this, like whatever, that musical instrument. You know, you get a lot of highlights on the scarf. You would probably get similar kind of highlight everywhere else. So on these little beads you would have some here, yes, but also on the shirt itself, same kind of blue color everywhere. So that's something that would, you know, that would take away some of those dark areas. That'd be kind of nice. So we can fully appreciate this dude and his outfit. And his foot definitely does not look as good as the hands in here. So I would spend some time reworking that. Also, like the color is a little too different, like a little too green. Just readjusting that foot here so that it looks a little bit more anatomically correct. But yeah, man, that's super cool. I think, you know, in here, the last thing would be just to add a little bit more atmospheric perspective with distance. You know, especially if it's sandy, it's going to be dusty. There's going to be a lot of particles in the air. So in the far distance here, it'll be a lot harder to see than what it is right now. So it feels like pretty clear back there. But I feel like it would feel more sandy, feel more deserted if you added more particles in the air with distance. So it feels really far. And then you can even like brighten this up to make it feel even deeper. If the contrast starting to be a little too low, adding more lights is okay. Yeah, and then brightening this guy up overall, because he feels definitely a little too dark in comparison. Especially after I brighten up everything in the background. But, you know, like just a little lighter, so that it's better integrated in the scene. Yeah, man, this is some high level stuff. Really cool. Well, that helps. Moving on to Maria. All right. Okay. What? Did I skip anything? No. What are you talking about, Peter? know? You tell me. Is it? I did not see that. I thought I grabbed everything. Let me check. Robin, Sergey, Maria. No. Were you later, maybe? Yeah, you're a little bit later. You're like down. What? Down here? No. This one here, yeah? I got you. I got you, man. Don't worry. All right. So, I am good, Maria. How are you? That's great to know. So this week was productive. Continued drawing heads, but this time with reference. Any specific mistake I'm doing? Or can I just keep practicing? All right. Black ink, red ink. There we go. Bottom image. Also started practicing the torso muscle, but I'm having a hard time understanding the back. Let me take a look at the back muscles that I drew. Yes. Yes, ma'am. See, having a hard time, but these look great. That looks really good. So yeah, that's just the lats still. So the latissimus dorsi, you know, it's kind of like this big chunky muscle here, the one that you drew there, attaches here at towards the head of the humerus, and then goes kind of like that all the way to the butt cracky crack, or the sacrum, if we want to use the correct words. But yeah, it's just that all of that muscle in this area here is just going to be connective tissue. So there's no mass to the muscle. And then this is where the muscle fibers begin. So that's the only difference. So that's why. No muscle, no muscle, no muscle. And then the mass of the muscle kind of just begins here. So yeah, like this, if you work out your back, you know, that part of the muscle will never get bigger. It can't. It's just white connective tissue. So that's that. That's it. But the shape is correct. If anything, you know, like this one here, you might want to have it continue all the way down, because it's a long, continuous muscle that attaches here at the spine, and then. But other than that, yeah, that was good. Real good. Spot on. Yes, I love the thought behind it. The additional thought here, connecting this in the right spots. Nailed it. Yeah, I don't know what happened this week. Like this Facebook changed something once again. Probably somebody just went like, all right, random features, activate, click, and then everything just different now. Feels like that should not be a problem. Kind of out of nowhere. So then the top image, continue drawing heads, but this time with a reference. All right. Yeah, but there's no settings to change. Like I really didn't do anything. Like usually they are in order, so the bottom one will be the most recent. In this case though, that was not the case. So like when you select all comments, was that like the other way around? Yeah, so I selected all comments in that order. Maybe I changed towards the end? Maybe that's why. What, I don't know. I tried my best. I don't know what happened. Anyways, these are pretty good. So just one thing, you know, to really keep in mind is, especially when you draw characters that are like in more intense angles like this, you know, like up or down, the relationship between the ears and the eyes. So like this here, like right now, you know, I'm looking at you like pretty much straight ahead, no perspective. But the second that I tilt my head back, the ear goes way down and the eyes go up, like, and that's a huge help to for us to understand that the head is tilted backwards. And that's mainly the reason why this one doesn't work as well. You know, like you look at the ears back here, like the top of the ears here, and the eyes up there. In your case, it's pretty much lined up. So that makes a huge difference. So by just raising your eyes, and here actually raising everything, the face as a whole will make her look down on us a lot more. Mortals, peasants. So yeah, so that relationship, pretty important. And you can also like kind of make the ears a little smaller so that they don't go as high. And you can also use that kind of reference point to imagine the curve of the face here when you draw when you draw your sphere for your construction. So you almost have like 4 good, actually it would be with the eyebrows even. So that'd be even more pronounced. So you can look at the top of the ears, top of the eyebrows, because we know that those are kind of like, you know, seen from above, not seen from above, but seen head on, it kind of lines up, right? So eyebrows going into the top of the ears, approximately at least. And so you know that you have 1 point here, 1 point there, 1 point there, and this makes it maybe a little easier to trace this angle, to know like how the head is oriented when drawing your sphere here. So is the line going to be like that? Nope, it's going to be like this, much more pronounced. So ears and eyebrows, keep those in mind. But the other ones, you know, the ones that are more straight, oh, you did a really good job. Very good. Eyes to open, yeah, a little bit. You know, like these, her upper eyelids, pretty much straight. You know, there's not much of a curve here. But you spotted that already. These are really good. You know, there's still, of course, still room for improvement. But overall, the structure is solid. Even when they don't look exactly the same, like these two, this one's got bigger eyes, clearly. Like the shape of his mouth, the shape of his nose, just a little bit different. But this still works well. You know, if we weren't looking at the reference, it would still be a well-constructed head. And that's what counts. That's the most important. Here maybe the ear is a little small, but overall these are great. So yeah, more of that. You know, you'll fine-tune all these smaller issues, because it's really like small stuff that's left to kind of iron out. Those are really, really good. And that helps, Maria. Very cool stuff. Oops. There we go. Solid. Let's check this out. So I think I'm almost finished. It took me.
Find any open orders for Marc. If you're waiting
Alexa.
for a late package.
Alexa, stop it. I've had enough out of you. So it will be the last feedback for this one. Start another drawing, maybe practice. Right on. Let's take a look. Couple hundred more, yeah. Maybe a couple thousand more. But then again, I can say the same to everybody, myself included. So you know, the struggle is real. It never stops. All right. The one thing that you should probably take out from here is like this stuff here. That looks cool though. Like what kind of brush did that? That's nice. Is it like because what it reminds me of is like a wing, you know, like a wing that's kind of floating on itself. Maybe it's a feather. I don't know. It's like the fact that the shape language here is different. You know, it's a bunch of strands versus like the softer clouds. What's that? Yeah, Peter. From now on, that's what I'll use. But usually it was just the most recent would show them all still. So I don't know. We'll find out next week what happens. Yeah, I think maybe the only thing here at first that I'm noticing, other than like the patterns here, that's a little distracting. Would just be like composition overall. I think could be smaller, you know, because the character's pretty isolated in here. Like if there was something here to hit, right? So like a big monster, like looking at her, I'm gonna eat you. Then that space would be useful. But right now it's kind of empty. Like this is nice to have so that we know like where she's jumping from, but maybe we can just push that into the frame more. You know, like something like this. Yes. Shut up, Photoshop. And then maybe you can get rid of that here. I want to leave enough space in front of her to feel like, you know, there's still a room for her to kind of move forward. But other than that, like I don't think we lose much, you know, by getting rid of the background. If anything, now the character would just take more space in there, and that's what you spend the most time on anyways. So you want to feature that. You want to make that the centerpiece. Yeah, I think I would just use the space better, you know, like you have always consider you have like limited real estate, trying to build the best house with the smallest amount of space. In this case, feature a character as big a fashion as you can, if that's the main focal point, which it seems like it is. But yeah, looking at her though, nice. Pose is really cool, super dynamic. Like maybe this foot here, like the fact that we can see the bottom of the foot from this angle, maybe that's weird. Like I feel like it would be more oriented on the inside instead, you know, kind of like rotating the foot this way, rotating the ankle that way, so that we see maybe like the side of the foot from this side, from this angle here, more at least, and like the little toe here, and then maybe the heel seen kind of flat. But yeah, just rotating the foot towards the inside of the body a little more. I think that's gonna hurt her less. Trying to the only thing with the pose that that's giving me a pause is this hand here. Like it feels like she's hanging from her weapon rather than propulsing it forward. And I think it's just the angle of the wrist here. And like if the wrist was going a little higher and instead of being like this, it was tilted backwards and like she's like this, the elbow is leading and then this joint and then the last, you know, kind of like the wrist doing kind of like a whip effect. Feel like that would seem more powerful. So let's try that. I don't know if I have the right angle for it, but let's try it. It's almost like tilting it the other way. So right now it's kind of you have your arm like this and then the wrist going that way. You'd want to have your hand like that, your arm like that, and then the wrist going that way instead. So not this, but more like that. So I feel like maybe like straightening up the arm to make that possible. Yeah, kind of like that instead. Might need to change the angle for that though to make it work. Like maybe a little bit more behind, like tilting it backwards some more so that it can work with that new angle for the wrist. I think it's going to be like a more powerful pose. Like she's about to hit, you know, like she's not hitting yet, because yours feel like the top of her body is already hitting, it's already in motion, like going forward, but the legs are completely backwards. So the legs are not relaxing at all. No, she's still flexing. So the bottom of her body is flexing, the top of her body is already kind of releasing. And so just making sure maybe that like to crank that up even more so that she can unleash a massive blow. Since you have so much dynamism in your pose, you know, I think that would help. Yeah, other than that, maybe just adjusting, like fine-tuning the saturation of your colors. So I like what you did here, a little less saturated. That's nice. I think I would do the same thing for the other ones. All the leaves, all the green kind of away from the focal point, aka the head. A little less saturation here. Same idea with the red there. You know, toning that down as much as possible, and maybe giving a little bit of a kick, extra kick to the reds here closer to her face, where you want the eyes to go. So yeah, just saturation, just keeping that in mind. You know, everything that's kind of away from the face, just tone down the saturation more. And then finally, lighting wise, like you have some lights coming down, so indicating that there's a light source, not light coming down, but light coming up rather. So almost like there's like a light source from there. Lighting this up, lighting her belly up, not lighting her under, or her shorts, her bikini. So the lighting, I think, is probably, like in terms of like visual impact, the one thing that would benefit the most from a revisit. So if like there's a lot of light coming from below, I think it'd be nice to have that reflected here on the cliff too. You know, if the light is intense enough to make her this bright, probably you would have some light here, like reaching that cliff too, and lighting all the parts of the rocks that are facing down some more. And then yeah, if the light's coming from below, then maybe you're not gonna get as much light, you know, up here on her forehead. So that's kind of facing away from it. Same thing with the top of her cheeks here, not much light hitting there. Top of the arm, not much light, because it's kind of overcast up there, so most of the light seems to be coming from below. up here, not much light. But then the stomach, yes, that faces the light source more directly. This up here does not face the light source. So yeah, just fine tuning the lighting and the saturation of your colors, and adjusting the composition. I don't know. Maybe you want the kind of like the widescreen format, but then in that case, I would just make the character bigger, just so that she takes more space, because she is she's the focal point after all. She's the most important part about this painting. So you want to feature her properly, and yeah. Like the frequency of details, like the details in the background here, like try to keep that down so that it doesn't compete too much with the details of your character. Hope that helps. It's come a long way. Looks quite nice. Moving on to I don't know. Who are you? Write your name next time, just so that I know who I'm talking to, and so that I can keep track kind of over time of your progress. Where was it? Mina. All right, Mina. This is my first character design assignment. I didn't want to go too far and crazy into detail for the first time, since I've never really designed characters before. Ooh. I honestly just had fun at the beginning, and it was more experimenting than carefully planning. So, the usual, what you like, what you dislike, what you change. All right. After this, man, that went by real quick in just the first 2 hours. So, let's take a short break after this one. 5-minute break. We'll take usually breaks every 2 hours, so just to loosen up, get the blood flow going in the legs, freshen up, and all those things. That came out great. That came out really good. That's a good place to start too, when designing characters. Work on stuff that you're familiar with, so if you're a woman and you have you're a little bit into like fashion and stuff, like draw that kind of stuff. It's more familiar to you. You know what it looks like. You already have a good visual library for women's clothes, and so yeah, that's the perfect place to start. You want to start with something that you already have a visual library for. So character design is just, it's mix and matching the stuff in your visual library. So the more you expand it, like the more that you learn about different things, the more you'll be able to take that part. Oh, that was a cool element, visual element that I've seen on like a medieval armor that I've seen one day. And then, oh, that's a cool skirt that I have in my closet that I could maybe modify the colors or maybe like change the cut a little bit, and then combine those two, and then that turns into something new. So yeah, starting with something that you're familiar with, good idea. Because this looks super believable, like there's not much of a hook there, but that's not a necessary thing with character design. You don't need to have a hook. It's just if you're working on like a main character, a character that needs to capture people's attention, like needs to stand out from the crowd, then in that case you'll focus more on the hook. But you could totally be designing characters that are not as important, like secondary characters, sidekicks, or NPCs in a game, or yeah, like a shop owner in a game or something. Yeah, the only thing I would have here for feedback, to be honest, not so much about the design, but just about brightness. Make it brighter. Because yeah, when you look at your spread, it's not too bad. It's not like a crazy spike on one side, but still it's pretty, pretty crammed to the side. So just brighten it up. Now you reveal all these colors, and now we understand, oh, it's not just brown. There's actually a lot more subtleties in here. So we have some yellowish browns, some greenish browns, some redder brown. That's nice. Very nice. Yeah, I love the proportions too. That's a beautiful design. Simple, but very nice. Yeah, like from here, a couple things that you could think about, you know, for future ones, or maybe with just this one, trying to introduce a little more contrast in the colors. It can be subtle stuff. It can be maybe just because you have some white here, right? So part of your outfit is white, but that doesn't really repeat anywhere else. It's nice because it kind of works with the whiter skin. So, you know, it's a nice way to brighten up kind of like the lower body without just reusing skin again. Nice touch, good idea. Maybe you can have that white elsewhere in smaller amounts. You know, like here, that's a big chunk of brown. Maybe not as easy to discern what all those details are in here. So maybe you could have, maybe those belts are a little brighter. Maybe there's like some details on the belt that are a little brighter. So I don't know, maybe some metallic bits on it, or maybe this is like the buckle right there. It's kind of visible. Maybe on the other one too. Just something to brighten up kind of this area. Or it could be this belt that has, I don't know, like a wider trim. Or it could be in the, I don't know, maybe like this piece of cloth here is like camo. Yeah, no. Or maybe it is like fur on the edge of it. It's kind of like a piece of skin with fur on it, like fur, you know, like a fur hoodie for a fur coat. Or maybe you have some lacing on the inside here, or just like just a white trim, kind of like at the bottom here. Maybe you could have that same white trim here on the inside. But yeah, like any like smaller detail too, just to spice things up, right? Introduce more contrast in there. Very good though, very good. So if it's your first try, it should be encouraging. That turned out pretty good. That's all I got for you. When it comes to like hooks, things that you could keep in mind for future characters, you know, to make them more unique, or maybe like if you want to add something to her, it would be like the hook really serves to make it clear what she's about, like what's her quirk, you know. So like she could be like a lady in a castle somewhere, maybe in a cold castle, so she would have maybe a little bit more fur. Now she's got kind of like this cloak going on here, or it's like a big scarf. Either way, maybe she has like a bunch of fur here around. Maybe that's just, you know, a little more furry here. Maybe the boots have fur to them too, so maybe she's dressed up for snow, for colder climates. And then that would, yeah, probably mean that she needs to cover up here her arms. Maybe she's wearing gloves. And then maybe she's like the lady of a very brutal clan, so she's full of blood or something, you know. Because she's like a barbarian. Or maybe she's just supposed to be just very wealthy. And then you could have a bunch of jewelry everywhere, like a nice big necklace full of gems, precious stones, precious metals. The same thing everywhere. A bunch of rings, some expensive bracelets. Those are the kind of like more unique characteristics that a character could have. But this is a fantastic base to start adding those kind of things. Right on. So we'll be right back with Chelsea here. And 5 minutes, so 5-minute break. I'll BRB. Time to loosen up. Here we go. All right. I'm back. let's keep going. So, next one, Chelsea. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so hope you're well and had a good week. Yes, thanks, Chelsea. Hope you did too. I realized I didn't introduce myself in my first submission, so I'll do that now. Yes, I have a theater costume design background, and I have wanted to improve my drawing skills so I can better communicate my designs without using standard figure templates. I'm also interested in moving into more animation and video game space as more costume designers are starting to work in this area. So, don't improve my character design. Yeah. So, well, yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good advantage as you know, if you want to be like character artist for games. If you have a character design background that's specific to a specific design thing, that's good. That's really good. I would think this is quite an edge. So this week I have been working on 1 point perspective and have to admit perspective is not one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, I feel you there. So I know the curves are a bit off and I'm still practicing drawing them in perspective. Any critique you have and how this room is going so far would be great. As I get more comfortable, I'm hoping to adapt the furniture to be more of an art deco style, but starting with some basic shapes as I get used to perspective. Right on, that's the right idea. Scanning for mistakes. That's very good. Yeah, the couch looks good, table looks good, window frames look good. Like maybe this is getting a little too close, you know, like but it's just like nitpicking. Excuse me. Like I would probably see this one here being just slightly lower, like by just a few pixels. But yeah, the bottom one's good. So anyways, like you did it right. It's just that line that you traced. Maybe it was not pointing quite at the focal, at the vanishing point, but close enough. Yeah, so it's just slightly off, right? So if I touch this corner here, like I can see the line there. Like, oops, you wouldn't want that. But a minor. Everything else is good. Let's take a look at these cylinders. So cylinders usually where the issue is gonna creep in. What's up, Colin? Perfect for your name. All right. So this here, you just want to make sure that these ellipses are perfect. You know, so if there's a little bit of a tilt here, like this is super easy to spot, and already it looks like, oh, that's not quite right. Of course, you know, if you hand draw it, it's a little harder. But you really want to make sure that it's like a perfect ellipse, because otherwise it makes the lamp feel a little like like the lamp is melting a little bit. Like it's a Dali lamp. And then to figure out what this ellipse should look like, you can construct it. I feel like you might have. Let's just double check to be sure. I don't know why I erased my vanishing lines here. I kind of needed them. Do it again. Alright, so you want to trace like a container square for this thing here. Touching the edges. So this is kind of like the square that we're dealing with here. So we'll find the center of that. Center. There we go. Right here. And now we can trace another line. I really don't have much pixels to work with, but we can kind of imagine. So one going through the center, and then from the center, horizontal, because we're in 1 point perspective, so that's going to be always horizontal. Now we have 4 points one here, one there, one here, one there. And those would be the ones that you use to trace your ellipse. So yeah, from what I can see, you did it right. So it's just the like that curve here, I think would just need to go a little higher here, and just it's just the drawing of the ellipse that's not quite there yet. It's close, you know. It just needs to be a little better. But the construction is fine. So that's the most important. Yeah, so not worth sticking on that for any longer. You constructed everything well, so I'm happy to see that. Because usually that's somewhere, that's a place where people or students will kind of drop the ball, but you didn't, so good job. I guess, I mean, I might have been able to spot that here, but I just didn't have the resolution. The next time, a slightly bigger image would help. Yeah, I feel like there's some you constructed something here. Anyways, maybe I just, you know, wasted your time there by redoing something you already did. Yeah, so when it comes to perspective, you know, perspective is important, of course. If you're going to be drawing characters, there's always going to be some perspective happening. So whether you're looking at the character slightly from above, slightly from below, or kind of in 4-point perspective, so both from above and from below, from above and from below. My hand gesture was kind of inverted there. So it's important, but it's pretty limited though. So, you know, you'll see. It's just a matter of learning 1-point perspective like this, like making sure that that's correct, which it is. So you did a good job. And then 2-point perspective is a little bit more complicated, but not that much more. And then 3-point perspective is from there. It's kind of like having 2 kids and then having 3 kids, no difference. But the first one and the second one, anyways, I digress. But yeah, and as long as you can like comfortably place basic shapes in those perspectives, you should be good. Especially if the characters kind of what you're going after. Obviously, you know, like drawing scenes like this, you're not going to be doing a whole lot of that. It's really good practice to be able to do that, because there is some application on when it comes to the characters too. But you'll see, you won't be bored for too long, because you'll be able to move past that pretty quickly. So yeah, if you know what you want already, that's good. That's great. A lot of people just don't. They have no idea, so they're testing out different things. But if you know exactly what you want to do, then yes, definitely focus on characters. Definitely focus on like stuff like gesture, anatomy, so that you always make sure that you have good proportions, that your base characters are solid, because then you'll be dressing those up. If the base is not good, then you know the outfit is not gonna be that good either. There's no going around that. So focusing on those things, and then yeah, I'm really looking forward to see characters from you. I don't remember if you've ever posted any, but as you post more and more, you know, I'll become more familiar with your style, with your art. So looking forward to see characters now that you mentioned that. So well, that helps, Chelsea. Looking forward to next week. All right, moving on to Philip. Like 4 or 5, something like that. Like you're coming up. This one here. Yeah, 5 more. So clothed figure drawing, and what can I improve? I work on. The sofa's back. Doesn't follow the perspective. What? Is there something I didn't spot? So this thing here. Let's triple check. there's a lot of value in doing this right here. This like when you select references, you know, for your studies, always try to use stuff that you think you might reuse in the future. So, you know, if you, for example, if you know that you draw male characters all the time and it'll never happen ever that you draw a female character wearing like a long dress or something, then there'd be no benefit, you know, in studying this kind of stuff. So when it comes to the folds themselves, if you're gonna be drawing characters wearing capes or wearing like long drapery that flows in the wind, that kind of stuff, like this one here is great because yeah, those folds will be like the patterns that you see here that you're able to spot in your studies. That's the kind of stuff that will come back, you know, that you'll reuse in the future. And so it's good to practice that stuff. But this one, not to say that's not good, that you didn't do a good job, but this one here, there's less value in studying something like this because it's a little bit more chaotic, it's a little bit more random, the folds that happen here, and it's not like simple points of tension and gravity that we're talking about. There's also like just the fact that this fabric is kind of stiff and airy. Now this one fold, that one fold, those two become points of pressure all of a sudden, or points of tension, pushing against that fold here, and then it just, you have that kind of happening all over the place. And like how often will you draw on characters that are sitting down that are full of drapery? Probably not as much, you know. So I'd practice stuff that will be more useful in your immediate future. So yeah, hanging cloth, that's great. You'll use a lot of that. Maybe something like this, but flowing in the wind, to see what happens, you know, when there's a wind component to it. Like the fold in the armpits in this case, that's good. Like what happens here when you bend your arm and you have kind of this loose fabric, that's good too. That's important. So it's not all bad, but in general, you know, try to find references like more like this stuff that you'll be more directly applying in the future. Yeah, so I'd say the issue is mostly with your big details. So everything else, like medium-sized details, and whatever small details we can see in here, it's pretty good. I think it's the overall, like this feels flat, but not because the folds are not drawn properly. I think it's just the overall values that are, it's not helping kind of like this part maybe feel like it's coming towards us, right? So we have like a lot of shadow around, shadow, and then highlighter in the center. Same thing here with this chunk of fabric here. We have a lot more light on top and then less light below. So it's kind of this overall lighting that's missing a little. So for this one sleeve here, maybe you can add that here. For the leg, you can add a little bit more shadow in here, just so we feel the overlap of the different shapes better. Back there, a little bit more shadow, right? So there's a clear distinction between this value and that value. And yours is kind of missing that. Yeah, so it's kind of like this overall. Back here too, it gets a little darker. Let me copy that. And it's subtle, but I think it makes a big difference. Feels more 3D. And I didn't change your folds, right? So it's just pushing some of these groups of fold, pushing kind of like the overall shading for them. Because I mean, that looks like fabric, you know? Maybe it's not exactly the same. Like maybe instead of having like these 3 tubes that are pretty much the same, you could look at that and like introduce more of these curves, like break these long tubes shape. Because folds usually don't, you know, form this way. They will maybe when there's gravity, but again, it's going to be more of a cone, more of a triangle rather than a cylinder. You know, so if you wanted to have these kinds of folds here, you would start them like really narrow, and then have them kind of, you know, get bigger as there's less and less tension applied to them. So that would work better already, because then it's not just kind of like 3 tubes at the same size. There is a change in diameter. Feels more natural. But even better if you introduce more chaos, right? So kind of like one fold here that turns into 2 folds that turns into one bigger fold, and then the one below here, and like the distance in between, it's not super even. So you'll have like maybe a little bit bigger opening there, a little bigger here. Maybe these this fold here, these 2 folds kind of end right there, and then this one big one kind of takes over. Anyways, a little bit more variety, just like you have here in the reference. I think that'll look more natural. But this one here looks quite nice. Yeah, just soften these brushes, just brush strokes a bit more, so that you don't have kind of like stains. And again, you know, working with a soft brush in this case might work better. Soft brush and selections. And one thing to keep in mind also is whenever you have gravity kind of part of the equation, you know, those folds are going to be very straight. So kind of like the opposite I mentioned here. So whenever you have no gravity, then the folds are not going to be straight at all. They'll be like always pretty chaotic. But whenever you have gravity and something that's kind of hanging, you'll definitely get those straighter lines originating from, you know, the point of tension here. And if they're not straight, it seems to indicate that maybe it's a little bit of wind going on, or it's just, it loses part of its structure. It doesn't look as heavy, maybe, or as the fabric that it doesn't feel like it behaves the way that it should. So just straightening those out, nice and straight. None of them defying gravity. So tighter folds at the point of tension, and then have those folds kind of just flare out, relax. But that's about it. I think your overall shading here works better. Maybe here be a little darker overall, but yeah, that's a good study. So just making sure that you maintain those straight lines whenever you see them. And then in general, yeah, try to find references that will serve you better long term. In the house. All right, Dennis. All right. So I tried mapping the different muscles of the torso. Please let me know if I got something wrong. All right, that's gonna be easy. Sternomastoids in yellow. Yes, sir. Pectoralis major in red. Yep. Although, for your chest muscle, not a whole lot of resolution here, but for your chest muscle, you know, the chest attaches on the humerus, so you can have it go a little further out. Usually go into the arm just a bit, kind of share that part of the arm with the delta of it, because that part here, like that thing that you see there, that's part of the chest. Maybe not from this angle. Scratch that. But make it a habit of continuing it into the arm, because it attaches in a very similar spot as the anterior head of the delt, and so those two here that adds the insertion of the pectoralis major here, and the insertion of the anterior head is going to be pretty much the same point in the front of the humerus, really close to the head. So yeah, Same thing with her. It's gonna continue in the arm a little more. But well spotted otherwise. Trapezius. Yep. Limited the trapezius, just a quick reminder, but that's going to be the spine of the scapula here. So I think that's spot on. The curve will just be convex instead. Delts. Same idea here with the spine of the scapula. That's where the posterior delt will attach. So just like back here is going to be all tendons, so not much muscle mass, but still it attaches all the way to the edge, all the way to the end of the spine, towards the center of the body. Rotator cuff muscle group. Yep. Abdominal group. I think he's got extra abs in here. This guy's gonna get first set up here, and that's you can always have it kind of continue into the chest muscle because it is kind of attached there with just connective tissue. So you can always have kind of like this nice sweeping line going from one muscle group to the other. But yeah, so smaller set of abs up there, bigger set of abs, and then the longer one. Sometimes you'll see a split there, but it's kind of rare. That subdivision here does not exist. Your obliques, obliques will be, you know, kind of interacting with the serratus anterior muscle here. You get your serratus. Do you have them in dark red? Yeah. So the serratus muscle. So you have the ribs, spine, and then so here's the first rib, second rib, third rib, and then serratus muscle is just laying on top of that, like right here, on top of the ribs, each of them. And so, you know, considering the ribs go kind of like that, right? That's going to be the direction for those serratus muscles. So following the contour of each and every rib down here, boom, boom, and then your obliques will kind of intermesh with that, kind of like this, you know, croink. And the obliques, they attach on the ribs also. So kind of where the serratus anterior muscles stop, the oblique will kind of pick up. So it'll attach here at the kind of the front-ish of the ribs, and towards the bottom here, the obliques will insert at the hips, and towards the front here, it will attach to the abdominal group, like to the connective tissue that you have here. Oh, that makes sense. Erector spinatus, yeah, that's going to be kind of like the deep muscles in the back here. I'm not going to see those a whole lot. And latissimus dorsi. Yeah, the lats is a more surface muscle. So again, you're gonna have it start here at the sacrum and wrap around the torso to attach here at the arm on both sides. It's a long muscle, long sheet of muscle, starting here at the bottom, attaching along the spine for a good portion of it, and then in on the arms, on the humerus. What the hell's moving on? Next one. Ooh, I didn't get the details for this. Aerial. So I have two model studies that I did. I put emphasis on the rendering, shadow, and removing lines. I want to hear your thoughts. All right. Nice shading. yeah, so I'm not really gonna comment on the shading because shading is so closely tied to just your understanding of the anatomy that's just best to just work on more anatomy studies, you know, with just lines, because as your understanding of the anatomy improves, your shading just improves along with it without you having to do anything. So you get way more bang for your buck, you know, better time investment to just focus on anatomy, just learning that. Like colors would be a different thing, but when it comes to the shading, yeah, it's so closely tied to your understanding of anatomy that I would just recommend that you study anatomy more. Because in here, you know, like the shading is not bad. It looks good overall. You know, at first glance, oh, nice, cool characters. It's gonna be like smaller stuff, like in here, how the light will behave on the leg. You know, it's all based on the muscles in here. So you're gonna get your. There's gonna be a clear distinction between the end of the leg and the start of the pelvis in here. So you want to like really reinforce that. And on the other side here, gonna get your obliques, and then your hip bone's gonna be like around here-ish, maybe a little higher than that, somewhere around there. So that's where the obliques will stop. All of that going towards the pubis, and then you're gonna get your this entire muscle confused me. I never forget this name. What is it? It's sartorius. So this long band of muscle here, starting towards the front of the hips and kind of going towards the inside of the leg, and then around the knee on the inside, and then attaching here in front of the leg. So that's going to influence, for the most part, the shading on the leg. So that's where like the light will transition from shadow to light. That's where the shading would transition from shadow to light. And then on the inside here, you're gonna have your pectineus, your abductor, so that's also going to influence the shading. And so yeah, it's just anatomy knowledge. You know, the more you know, the more you'll know where to place the different muscles. The more you'll know where to place the highlights. It all comes together as a package. But overall, this feels really good. Yeah. So cool, you know, cool study, cool practice. Definitely do more of this. This is fun. But I would focus on the anatomy, just anatomy drawing, making sure that that's super tight. And if your anatomy drawings look, you know, if you're happy with them, then go the next level of detail. So add more details. Look at more definition between the muscles. So maybe this is like current level. But then you'll go, all right, so what if I wanted to make her like ready for a competition? What would that look like? Good references too. You know, like girls and women that compete, they're gonna be super ripped. There's not gonna be any ounce of fat on their body. You'll see, and then there'll be like completely depleted water, and so you'll see all the muscle definition super well. And all of that is the knowledge that you need to be able to shade it properly. So I'd look at a bunch of those references and kind of push that to the next level. So what would it look like if she was ripped? Like no fat, nothing. Just for study purposes. And then, you know, you'll know that there's going to be a difference here. So the abs will, this kind of column of muscle, that's going to influence the shading quite a bit. So if she's stretched out and if those muscles are kind of well developed, then you're going to get a little bit of a, kind of like a tube effect going on here. The shading. So that's something else that will influence the shading overall. And then all the different muscles of the legs will also, how the knee is constructed, that's going to impact how the shading behaves. So practice anatomy, that's going to be the best. But yeah, because overall your proportions look good. The way that I see you approaching shading is correct. And so it's just that the foundation, you know, on which the foundation that you're shading basically is a little shakier, but nothing a little bit of practice can't solve. Yeah, I hope that helps. Moving on to Anus. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. that's cool. Like you can really zoom in there. And, all right. So what we got here? Hope you're having a good day too. My design for one of the 4 castles in my project, if you remember. Yep. 4 mountains. So this is Snow Mountain, and I will continue to design the 3 remaining castles, and then the 4 villages. And then I will start to design the creatures and the humans. Feel free to tell me. Yeah. So yeah. So what? I'd be curious to know like what you settled on. You know, like what each of them is going to be. So this is the snow one. What's the other ones? But yeah, that's okay. So that's why it looks so precise, because it's a 3D model. There we go. So with this, you know, like every castle always has kind of like a focal point, like something that's particular about the castle. And castles, you know, just like most buildings that are designed by architects, they're going to be well composed. You know, the composition is going to be solid. It's going to be good balance. It's going to be a good mix of different component, like elements of art, and all the principles of art also will be taken into consideration. And so when I look at this, I am just a little confused, like where I should look at first. So I think that's going to be the main issue that you should focus on solving. Like, what's the emphasis in here? What's the most important? Sometimes in castle, like let's say you have like a big wall like this, like the door, like the entrance, you know, will be kind of like a big deal. That's why you're gonna get like this huge arch, maybe like a huge gate that goes up, maybe like 2 towers next to it to defend that gate better, because then it becomes kind of a weak point. And you might have a bunch of flags next to it to indicate again, this is the entrance, welcome. So I'm just trying to find like what would that be in this case, where you want people to look at first, how you would lead the eye. Because right now when I look at this, I kind of default to looking at these lights, because it's kind of what's attracting the attention the most right now. It's the highest area of contrast. So you have white and black, big contrast in values. Then you have bright and like warm and cool colors. A lot of contrast in this area once again. And so yeah, that's what I look at first. But they're just windows. Maybe not the most exciting part of this whole thing. So then, which is it? What should be point of emphasis? Because I think that's going to impact everything else after that. Because then everything else, because then that will be the most important part, and then everything else will be less and less important the more that you go kind of away from it physically. Let me try to put up a trying to find something that has kind of similar shape language than as yours. Let's see. The toy. Castle toy. Yeah, a little too small. Like this, maybe that's a good example. You kind of have the entrance, you know, like nice and obvious, like where you enter from. All right, so this is the welcoming part. So you go in here, and then what do you see? You can go into this building, and then you have the main building right next to it. You have a tree to bring in some colors, and you can tell that this is the main tower because it's got just more of the more gold. And all of it, in like the entire structure, kind of maintains a similar shape language, right? Everything squarish and stack on top of one another. So let's go back here. So yeah, shape language I think could be a little tighter here. So whatever shape that you're going with, you know, if you're going with the big square around for the wall, then maybe you want to use other squares on the inside. So you had the right idea here with these little towers, squarish. But then this tower in the middle that's round, suddenly it's like, oh, why is this one round? Why did they change their architecture type? Or like that would be way different, you know, like they need to use different techniques to build something like this. So I would just stay consistent with that, so that overall it just feels like it's better constructed. There was more design considerations behind it. So if everything is square, then keep everything square. And then yeah, making this a little bit more obvious, like what happens. So you enter from here, and then what? It should be kind of obvious for people to know where this should go, and that's your job, you know, to lead them where they need to go. So if this is an entrance and this is important, like I would try to maybe like show more of that. You know, if the entrance here is important, maybe he's got a bunch of like little lights on the inside. And maybe you can see a light here, partially. So yeah, just tighter shape language and guide the eyes better. Yeah, well, that helps. Moving on to Mr. Zinep. There you go, your turn now. So these are share-worthy studies I did over 2 weeks. I did some eye studies. I would like to know if I constructed them wrong at the first stage. First, I went over the ref, then I tried to recreate it, but I'm having a hard time with the resemblance. Is it just me? Like, who does this remind you of? Trump, right? I thought it was him first. I got chills. I constructed. So on the right, I did pose explorations for your. Draw this in your style. Deadline is next week, by the way. Awesome, man. That's. I've never done this before, so like I'm geeking out so hard on all of these. Seeing everybody's posts, so much fun. Why did I never do this before? I don't know. But I see the appeal now. So on the right, I did pose explorations. I decided on doing a simple standing pose. The sketch is still too rough, but it would be great if you can point out any mistakes, and especially hard time placing the feet and shoes correctly, because my reference wasn't so clear. Hope you're not talking about this reference. Yeah, so nice proportions. Maybe you could make the shoulders, like lift her shoulders a bit. You know, she feels like she's so depressed, you know, because the shoulders are so low. So just raising the shoulders a bit, it would help with that. Give her better posture, more commanding posture. And then as a result, maybe the arms would need to go up just a bit. Yeah, other than that, like the position of the feet, I don't think doesn't bother me too much. Feels pretty well planted on the ground. Like maybe the heel could be a little lower, but that's about it. You know, kind of like that. So it feels like it's flatter. The ground is flatter. Less perspective going on. More like the horizon now feels a little lower. I think that works better. And maybe like this flap here. I'm not quite following the perspective. I think that would land right there instead, like facing us more directly rather than being on the side, kind of like that one is. It's just like both feet are kind of angled the same way, so that one felt a little too much on the side in comparison to the other one. Like both of these, what's the word for that? I don't even know. But that flappy flaps in the front of the shoe here is having it point in the same direction as the rest of the feet. Maybe the hand's a little big. Nice advice. Love the proportion. Yeah. Nice. Man, those poses are really good. That gesture. Yeah, those are great. All of them. A lot of gesture in there, while maintaining good proportions. Very good. Yeah, and then so about your first question, like don't worry about resemblance too much. You know, this is the end game stuff. As long as the structure is correct, so it's almost like it's the same as you know, when I look at proportions first for a character. The you know, you might have a different result than your reference, but if the proportions in the body are correct, it's still going to look okay. It's just maybe the character is in a slightly different pose, but it's still correct. That's the most important. You know, getting likeness, achieving likeness in your studies, that's going to, I mean, you're not that far off, to be honest. Those are pretty damn close, but yeah, that's like next level stuff. You know, it's just the more you do it, the better you get at this, the closer you'll be able to match the reference. And it's the more you observe. It's just how good you are at observing. Really, that's all it is. And that levels up over time. But it's not, I don't know. I don't think it's that important. What's important is that these look like real eyes. And they do. Mission accomplished. Yeah, you know, like the fact that this eye now maybe is a little too narrow compared to the right one, or his right one. I think this one goes a little further back, a little further out, or maybe it appears bigger because he's got this his eyelid here that kind of continues the shadow and makes it appear a little bigger. But yeah, it's small stuff like that, you know. So I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't worry about that. That will solve itself with time. The more studies you do, the more you'll be able to spot these things. Here, like, you know, like his nose shadow is pretty strong. That makes him look maybe a little more serious. Yeah, as long as the structure is there, which it is, you get an A+ from me. Yeah, man. No problem here. It's all good stuff. Keep it up. Great assignment. Moving on to Preston here. Preston. All right. So I took your advice this week and practiced a combination of gesture and construction. Yay. I wanted to keep in mind the motion and likeness of the pose over the accuracy. I also wanted to get some practice painting anatomy. I intended to paint all of the poses similar to number 2. Then I got carried away when I started with number 1 because I was having a lot of fun with it. That's good. Oh, yes. Nice. So the rest are all construction gesture like practice using the references. I know there are some anatomy problems, especially the hands, and also problems with the clothing folds. However, I've not practiced those subjects yet. I was wondering if I'm on the right track. I found this kind of practice to be helpful and enjoyable, and I'm wondering if it's okay for me to practice this way rather than focus on the fundamental exercises. As long as the exercise that you do is kind of in the same, you know, kind of the same idea, for sure. Like these are great references. Kind of going back to what I was saying. Who was I saying this to? I already forgot. But talking about folds and like using references that you feel will be more beneficial over time. Stuff that will, you know, it's almost like you're building your visual library, right? And at the beginning, there's not a whole lot of stuff in there. And so you have to be kind of very careful with the stuff that you put so that you're building it with relevant content. You know, it's almost like you have a real library and you want it to be focused on characters, but then you're gonna have like some cooking books in there, some books on how to draw animals, or on like watercolor, like a bunch of stuff that's still arts related, but not necessarily relevant to what you want to draw. So that being said, if you're drawing a basketball manga, then this is great, right? So not saying it's not good, but just something to keep in mind. You know, practice poses that you feel you might reuse in the future, because that's essentially what this practice is about. You're inputting a bunch of information, pose information, visual references that you'll be able to pull from later. And so if they're all in poses that, you know, if you're drawing like cute girls all the time, and this is all that you have in your visual library, maybe not the best, but yeah, choosing your reference has a big impact. But these look really good, like all of them, without even looking at the reference. Like they all feel in motion. The motion is clear. The proportions are mostly on point. So the only thing to really keep in mind here is just measuring, you know, the length of your legs, the length of your arms, to make sure that none of them is just like too long or too short. But you seem to have maintained that pretty well. Like what I mentioned here is just like avoiding that, you know, like a really narrow wrist and then a thicker wrist. That looks weird, but it's just like one instance. And here his knee goes a little higher. Change the angle here to make sure that the lower leg is long enough. But overall, these are really good. Yeah, maybe your head's a little small in general, although that one feels good. This one could be a little bigger. And for the head, you can always look at the hands and the head in comparison. Again, you know, the hand itself, when it's fully open, should be able to cover your face, but not your entire head. So if your hand's pretty big, you'll just want to make sure the head follows. Yeah, awesome stuff. And let's take a look at this rendered boy. Oh snap. Yeah, I feel like maybe the feet, you know, could be better defined. Like this feels a little small compared to his hand. Again, feet and hand, usually there's a relationship there. One is big, the other one will be big. So yeah, just making maybe the foot a little bigger. Wearing shoes also, so extra bulk. But other than that, that looks hot. Really well done. Maybe like yours is a little more relaxed. You know, like he's a little deeper in his pose. So the angle on the leg is a little deeper for him. Like it's a straighter line this way. But still, you know, without looking at the reference, this is a really good pose. Feels solid. Proportions are working. Nice shading on the arms here. Yeah, man, that was awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and here too, really not much to say other than the shoulders. You know, just making sure the shoulder size is the same. If you look at this guy, like two big spheres here, two big bowling balls, about the same size, you know. So just making sure that you maintain the same too. If this one's a little bigger, maybe you're showing too much of the back, or maybe it's just sticking out a little too much from his body. But yeah, that's about it. And you said the folds, you know, you're not there yet, but those folds look pretty damn good. Just a little hard to see. Ah. Yeah, man. Yeah, obviously this one is not as invested as the first one. It's fully rendered, but still the pose is nice here. Feels good. Feels solid. Feel the motion. You could still push it though. Push it some more. So that's all gesture drawing, you know, like, so keep practicing that stuff. It's good. It's important. But like the fact that the leg is really, really curved here. Yours a little more stiff. The angle's not quite as pronounced. But still feels good. Just slightly stiffer. Anyways, really nice. Moving on to Marta. Interesting reference. All right. So today I present you with another commission. Oh, one I usually never take, but I thought I'd try and welcome the challenge this time. Someone wanted me to paint this person in my style, except not too girly. So I wanted to take this photo and try and improve it a bit, like make the character stand out more. Trying to do that by using unsaturated darker colors on the background and lighter and more saturated colors for the character, hence why the face is not too dark. That's a good approach. Yeah, like one thing, maybe that's obvious, but maybe not. You know, when they want you to draw a character, the background that the character came in with, irrelevant, right? Unless it's specified that they want the same background, which normally nobody does. It's just the pose and the character that matters. So yes, you can do whatever you want with the background. You can even change it into something different. Then again, I don't know what the commission guidelines were, but if it's in your style, basically it's licensed to do whatever the hell you want. Be like, well, my style doesn't include background. That came out great. Really, really nice pose. I feel like their left leg maybe just a little too long, but that's an easy fix. And I'm just looking at like the line of the foot here, how that continues. And the reference, it feels like it's a little like it hits this concave dent in the silhouette. It feels a little higher, like there's not as much upper leg visible down here, but it's like really, really minor, like maybe this much. Just want to make sure that one leg is not longer than the other one. Yeah, I feel better. Yeah, that came out really good. Other than this tiny detail, I would say maybe the shading could be a little more consistent in its values. You know, so like the bottom here of the character, the bottom half of the character is really dark. I mean, it is in the reference too, but like the contrast kind of changed. The amount of contrast changes. So up here, it's brighter, right? But it still goes really, really dark here where there's no light that's able to escape. In your case, you're not going as dark in these areas, and I think that'd be nice. It would, I think it would just make it work better as a whole. Can maintain that contrast a little better, a little more here. I think the face is pretty dark here. It's under the hoodie. A bit of lights here for the hair. Anyways, yeah, just pushing the contrast a bit more on the upper body. Lower body looks really, really good. Like those folds, that shading. Ooh, nice. Really nice. And you can you could maybe like round this out some more, just to give enough room for the glute to exist. Maybe, because right now she's got a flatter bum bum than in the reference. I'm not trying to like give her a big butt or anything. You just need to have like this mass needs to be thicker than that. That's it. Right, same relationship here. That's it's a good leg, and this is just a little bigger. Just maintaining the relationship. Yeah, I like what you did so far. You know, knocking down the background is a good idea. Just be careful with those values here. Not the values, yes, but also color. Making sure that you're not sharing too much of the same color across the planes. So if the background uses this green, try to use a different green for the back here. Maybe like a warmer green if the character is going to be cooler in colors. Or you make the foreground warmer and the background cooler. Either way, in the reference here, you have the background that's warmer, the foreground that's cooler. Yeah, other than that, nailed it. This looks awesome. Good stuff, Marc. All right, Carl. So I decided to start. What? No, I decided. Huh? None of that sentence was right. So I tried drawing 2 skeletons from scratch and then attaching the muscles, but I feel that especially the right one is kind of off. We'll figure this out. The right. So mainly there are mainly where the serratus anterior meets the lats. Serratus anterior meeting the lat. So those 2 muscles don't really interact a whole lot, right? So the serratus anterior muscle, they're just laying nicely, on top of each of the ribs and just minding their own business. And the lats is just kind of like a sheet, kind of you go to bed and you pull the sheet over you. That's kind of what the lats are. So you have the rib cage, and then you have the lats that kind of covers part of it as it contours the body, wraps around the body, and then attaches on the humerus. So what you have here is correct. From this angle, you're just gonna have maybe a little more of those ribs visible, because the rib cage is hard, can't move, can deform a little bit, but not really. But the lats are just the soft tissue, so that's going to wrap around the kind of egg shape of the rib cage. Yeah, that looks good. Looks really good. In here, we don't have it yet. We haven't seen it yet, but you're gonna get the coracobrachialis. It's gonna kind of fill up the hole in the armpit. So there's something here. We just haven't added it yet. But other than that looks good. Yeah, and then the serratus muscle, it can they go. They don't reach as far. So the highest one reaches the furthest forward, and then with each one, you're gonna reach less and less forward. I think there's probably a better way to explain this, but with my limited vocabulary, that's what you get. So kind of this shape. Think of that, like this curve here. So in the back here, they're gonna be pretty short, and it gets longer and longer and longer as you get towards the chest muscle. The pectoralis major. Overall, these are great studies. These are really good. Front looks particularly tight. Maybe you can make the chest a little taller. Usually, something to keep in mind is that this muscle here, its overall shape is usually going to be a rectangle, but a rectangle that's tending. So it will always be taller don't want to say always, but yeah, it'll always be taller than it is wide. It'll only be wider than it is tall if you're a bodybuilder. That's it. So if you're a normal person, that's going to be the shape of your chest muscle. So if it's like that, probably not as tall as it should be. Just want to make it a little bigger, a little taller, and then push all of these abs down. Get out of the way. Here we go. Looks beautiful otherwise. Same here. Yay. Yeah, for the obliques here. Just making sure those obliques, let's say in purple. Kind of slide in between here, the ribs. Each of the ribs. And those, you can think of those obliques as just bands of muscle, like long bands of muscle. And it kind of stops here. So at the last rib, that's it, you know. There's nothing in the back. There's no oblique muscles in the back. It kind of stops here on the side of the body. At the last rib. And then, yeah, these in the front here attach at the abs, and then the ones down here, they attach at the hip. Same idea, maybe, you know, making the chest a little bit longer here, but overall this looks pretty good. Yeah, from this angle, your shoulders probably not going to be visible on the inside. Maybe a little bit, but it'll be mostly on the outside here. Because you need to have enough room here for the trapezius, like this big boy. It needs to flex and it needs room to breathe. So that's what you'll have here for the most part. And then the shoulder will kind of slide behind. Nice. Welcome, Marc. All right, moving on to Cassandra. All right. So I continued working on the Anatomy 1 class, drew some ears and noses. I'd just like some feedback on how I did. I don't know why. Sometimes reading these comments, you know, I imagine like any other profession reading the questions here and to be like, what are these people talking about? Of course, for us artists, this is all relevant and all important. All right. Oh, nice. Very nice. I'm stressing. I need to find something. Something wrong. Aha! I found something. No, but seriously, these studies came out awesome. Yeah, beautiful ears. The trickiest of all is these kinds of angles, right? And those are going to be fairly common, so I definitely recommend that you study those more, practice those a lot. Yeah, that's great. You know, it's really good. That's an ear right there, no doubt about it. But from the sides, or from at an angle like this, you'll just have like this part of the cartilage. My ear parts vocabulary is not as good as it should, but like that part of the cartilage, kind of like the little fold in the middle, that one's gonna stick out the most, you know, out of anything. When the ear is flat, it's always gonna stick out a little extra, and so from the back here, like you'd probably have it kind of peek its head like hi, and then go back in again. So a little more 3D to the ears, like in here again, like this part of the cartilage will go a little higher, and so it'll kind of block the view. Prevent us from seeing kind of like the outer, like the edge of the ear, the rim of the ear. Yeah, your nose studies look awesome. A little blocky, but structure's solid, so that's all that matters. Yeah. From now, you know, like what you can do from here is just kind of like look at, this is like really, really good base nose. And now you can look at all these different ones here, like what's unique about these, right? So this one, oh, this one's got like a really nice continuous slope here, and then you kind of have this kind of like this Christmas tree effect almost, where you have these two like concave lines joining at the top here, and then the nose itself flares out a lot compared to the width of the bridge up there. That's interesting. Big nostrils too. This one is definitely more blocky, so very like similar to this. And this one here you have in the center portion here is very, very prominent, and the nostrils like flare out a lot more. So that's different. That's unique. So yeah, so that, you know, that could be kind of like the next level. Constructing those nose, but then maybe looking at those references a little more so that you have more variety. And this is good practice too, because every nose is different, but the structure is the same. So it's just knowing the range and like what you can do, what you can't do, what looks good, what doesn't look good. Yeah, no, in terms of the assignment, nailed it. Awesome. Peyton. All right, haven't done much this week except for the Mies. Draw this in your style, but I felt like if I included it in my submission this week, then I would get an unfair. Correct. So instead I have for you 2 of my portrait illustrations that I did for fun last week. I'd like feedback on what else I can do to improve the rendering of my pieces, and if there are any mistakes, then let me just point them out. Yeah, good point. That means that you, Zeynep, you're disqualified. Just kidding. No, you could have added it, Peyton. You guys are my dear students, and it's not like a challenge where there's a financial, you know, incentive or anything like that. So it's just for fun. I wouldn't mind. So, but I also don't. Excuse me. I also don't mind looking at these portraits, though. Hello. Oh. It's the rendering. Well, the portraits themselves, you know, as a whole, pretty striking. So that's nice. It's like a bold statement. If you're scrolling on Instagram, swing, swipe, and then you land on this, oh, like it will force you to stop. It's a lot of contrast in colors. There's a bunch of contrasts, right? All types of contrast in values, contrast in saturations, contrast in colors. Looks good. Looks really good overall. I think like the next thing to improve from here would be just more definition in the face. I don't know if that's the style that you want to go for, but you're going for somewhat realistic shading, so I think that'd be nice. You know, like pushing his cheekbones maybe a little bit. What happens? You know, what happens here? This feels like feels a little strange, this shading. So, you know, just making sure the shading of the jaw here feels mostly flat all the way to the chin. So whatever that color is, you know, you kind of continue that all the way down, just to make sure that it's got nice chiseled cheeks. Makes him look manlier. Not that he needs to, but it's you know, the shading here felt more like he's got like this bulge of fat kind of sticking out. So we don't want that. Under the lips here, you'll definitely want a little more. Why can't I select this part? Definitely want a little bit of shadow here. Look under my lip here. It's quite dark. So the lights can't reach there. And if you don't have the shadow, then it makes it seem like the entire lip into the chin is kind of just continuous surface, which it isn't, of course. The nose looks great though, like everything else, like the eyes, the nose, the position of the mouth, like everything structurally looks really good. So it's just, yeah, a little bit of shading. And once again, just looking at a reference for this is going to go a long way. Yeah, good structure. So just fine tuning the shading. Same thing here. Same applies on his body. So right now there's not a whole lot of definition, right? It's pretty flat. But the shoulders, especially if he's a superhero, like his shoulder is going to be bulging out. That's going to be a different, there's going to be a change of plane here. So going from the traps into the shoulder. So the shading will have to change since the surface is changing. Going into the clavicles maybe. Some of that light will be cut on those. So yeah, just indicating a little more of the anatomy in your shading. Everything else is dope. And here, you know, you have kind of like this straight line that makes the side of the face appear flat. You know, you will only have a straight shadow like this, like a straight line, if it was just like a wall. But it's not, of course. You know, there's a curve here as we go towards the bottom of the chin. That's going to curve, and so the shadow will curve along with it. It will kind of follow the contour of the face a little more. Same with this guy here. Although, you don't notice it as much there. The hell's Baden? Last thing, your characters and your background. Try to push the difference there in the values. So very similar values for his outfit and the background. The same color too. Try not to do that. Same thing with her, you know. You already have a little bit of a highlight there, but either like crank that up a bunch or change the background color so that's much lighter. You can do that, that works too. But up here, like we're kind of losing the hair in the background, and like doing something like that, or vice versa, just adding just a brighter background will solve it too. That's it. The house. Moving on to Livio. Yes. More treats. Alright, so I've been working on this. I've been working this week on refining the style and expressions that we use to draw Vivi, and specifically Vivi's face. I've also been trying to keep in mind the needs of our comics when it comes to the complexity of the features, shape, and coloring style. Yes, good point. We'll need to draw her a lot, panels after panels, so we're trying to streamline things a little. Still having some trouble with consistency, as you can see, but I feel like she's starting to settle. Any thoughts on what I can do to simplify, streamline, and bring out her best features? But also, you know, you'll pick up a lot of that when drawing. You know, so when you draw her over and over again, like that should probably be the first thing that you do to solve that stuff. Like do maybe like 10 pages is a lot, but maybe like 5 pages of a bunch of panels where she's featured in, and then you'll see like the tricks that you start to use to speed things up, like the lines that you feel might not read as much, that you'll just remove. And there's going to be a huge amount of change between that first page and that 5th page. So it's kind of getting that stuff out of the way so that when you actually start, you know, there's not going to be too much change there for the real product, you know. But you guys seem to be like inspired by like manga a lot, so that's good. It's a good reference, because manga artists, they draw like crazy. They're always drawing all day, every day. The schedule's insane, and so they find the most amount of shortcuts. Are really good at that. But looking at these, I love it would be in the hair. You know, the hair is just a lot of brush strokes. Anywhere you see a lot of strokes, that's going to be an indication like, all right, so this is something that you might want to optimize, because you'll have to repeat those every single time, and then multiplied over a number of pages, it adds up, you know. So So yeah, like the ears gonna be something that you get really good at simplifying. Like instead of going like this and then having that stuff. Not to say that's a bad thing, but you might want to do something that's faster, that you can get all of that like on the inside to here. You can get all of those details in one stroke. So maybe you know, maybe that's enough for the ear, or maybe. And that's why, you know, they simplify ears like this, because it's super quick to draw this. Just 3 strokes, you're done. So there's going to be some simplification happening there. Like up here. Maybe that'd be all. Or maybe even simpler than that. Maybe it's just the top that you define. The bottom is just whatever. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of features here to simplify, which is good. It's to your advantage. You know, like legs, you know, details in leg will usually go out the window. That's why like anime characters, manga characters, they're pretty much like stick figures. It's a style, yes, style choice to some extent, but it's mostly style choice by just to go along with the function of it, so that they can crank out stuff more faster. So yeah, I don't know. Nah, scrap that. There's not a whole lot here to simplify. I think you've narrowed it down to kind of the essentials already. Like I said, the hair, maybe there's some opportunity here, like really making it clearly a few chunks, you know, that you always repeat. So how do you break up that hair? You have the center portion, like the bangs, then you have the things on the side, the longer bangs. I don't know what those are called. And the body of the hair, and then the two balls. So how you can simplify that, you know, how you, yeah, how many of these do you need? Is two enough? It looks like there's always 2 here. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, you already did a lot of the work, to be honest. I think it's in a good spot. Like this, probably too much, you know? Maybe the simpler way to... Like what you want to avoid is this, and then having this next to it, because clearly she's got more hair here. So it's how do you find a way to draw this consistently all the time? Like, yeah, maybe simplify it to something simple. Duh. But you know, like starting from the side here, maybe it's like 1 S or 2 S's, like a long M, you know, this way, and it's always that. And so if you draw the S too small, you'll that's not good. This is what it should look like. So it's just finding those shortcuts here. So I don't know that any of this is helping, but that's that's good, because there's not a whole lot for me to say here. You did a really good job simplifying already. And I like it. Like all of this looks super cute. And what you should practice though for facial features, I'll end on that. But practice the extremes mostly. So, you know, characters that are crying, that's going to be an important one. I don't know if she's sentimental or not, but whatever. Characters usually cry, and those are like the scenes that pull the emotions the most, you know. So you want to make sure that she's got a good crying face, that when she laughs, that she's like a good laugh. So the extremes, like that kind of stuff. When she's angry, like what does that look like on her? Because the more subtle stuff in between, not as important. You know, the text will kind of take over for that. Yeah. Yeah, and I can tell that's post simplification, because a lot of this is really well optimized. So that's why I was kind of struggling. There's not a whole lot left to simplify. Really good stuff, man. I love this project. Just real. So I hope you have a great week. Yeah, I did. I hope you did too. So I tried designing a sci-fi inventor following the tips from the character design class video. I might have gone a little bit too ambitious in my first attempt, which is why I'm still at the grayscale phase. I've included the hero shape in thumbnails I did for this assignment if the mech looks weird, because it's the first time I tried to design one. I'm really trying to expand my visual library, which is fun and challenging. I'd like to know your thoughts on the design, whatever works and what doesn't, and also the technical aspect of the drawing, aka values. Let's check this out. Ooh. Sorry, I just had to. Yeah. Those are tricky shapes. That looks good. That hand looks really good. Did you use 3D for this? Yeah, so like these kinds of shapes, you know, angular shapes in weird perspectives. Nothing is really symmetrical. This is the hardest, you know, when it comes to drawing mechs or anything mechanical. This is going to be the hardest to solve, just to visualize, because it's a complex piece. Even if you just, you know, even if you have it in your hand, like how the hell did they build that thing? But proportions look pretty good. Yeah, like this feels as long as that. This part here feels, yeah, it feels like it maintains it too. Like maybe it's weird, like why is there a crack here but not on that side? Like this feels like it starts on the outside and goes towards the inside. So kind of would do something like this, maybe on this side too. Up here, maybe that angle is a little more pronounced than the other one. You know, it's not like it's, what is that? 100 degrees? I don't know. 110? But the shading on here, ooh, that looks real good. That's why I like it. It almost looks like a 3D render. You did a really good job. So that might be more like personal taste, but since you're asking what I think about the design, I love this part. I love this part of the arm. Like that reads super well. This weird shape kind of acts as the muscles of the forearm, right? The forearm's always a little thicker in this area. That works. Like no problem with that. Looks super cool. What I don't like as much maybe is the top part here, like how that is connected to the forearm is a little unclear. And like those triangle shapes, I don't know, I think they stand out maybe a little too much. You don't really have triangles anywhere else. You have angular shapes, like a trapezius here. You have like this trapezius shape quite a bit actually. So maybe I'd focus on that kind of shape, this, instead of just a triangle. Yeah, like I don't know that this is needed, you know, because why would the arms need to bend? They really don't need to. They really don't need to. They're not even attached to the body, so it could be just the forearms kind of floating. So maybe if the flotation device was a little more clear here, just at the edge, just at the end of the forearm, like some sort of engine here, like around propulsion engine, or like some sort of a anti-gravity engine or something like that at the end. Something just less commanding of attention, because there was a lot of details back here, and maybe the lighting kind of connects with these things here. They're kind of like Tesla coils, you know. because yeah, before, like, this was busy. This area was super busy, and it pulled attention away from the character. Like this, I feel like it works better. The character is center and focus, nice, and this like the first thing that we see. Character, because the character looks awesome, super cute face. Love her anatomy. Overall proportions looks really good. Just maybe this arm a little short. Actually, both arms pretty short, so you could just extend those, but that's easy. It's not like they're interacting with anything. You can just take this whole thing here, push it out, do the same thing here for the top 4 arms. There you go, done. This arm now is long enough. And then for the legs, maybe the lower leg, like the calf here, or the length of the tibia is a little too much compared to the femur. You could give her longer legs, but I would just make the knee a little lower then. So that's more like half and half rather than like 1/3 and 2/3. If that makes any sense. Yeah, that helps. That's it. That's a cool concept. Marco. What's up, Marco? Been busy this week. Let me start by sucking up to the teacher. I've been dreading starting anatomy, but I found these classes super easy to follow, and I'm now really into it. Awesome. Perfect. So now a couple questions. When explaining the face anatomy, you pointed out places where the pockets of fat are located, and that affect the expression. I know your characters are very lean, but would you consider explaining this in the future for the rest of the body? How do you find? Yeah, that's a good point actually. So I don't think I don't cover it in the class, huh? Yeah, I'll add this to the things to add. I'll add it to the list. Things to tweak. How do you find the different ways in which different muscles bulge? I noticed in reference people anatomy change so much depending on what groups they train. Yeah. And write me a new one below and tell me what I did wrong on these exercises. All right. Let's see. So, the good news though is that with like body fat, it's a little more predictable. It's definitely less, like the face is the hardest by far because there's a lot of stuff here. But for the body, it's going to be, the main difference will be between male and females. And then when it comes to males in general, where the fat accumulates, it's going to be in the gut first. So that's why, that bod, that's a typical look, like a just not lean necessarily, but not fat anywhere else. It's just, kind of normal, a little chunky, but not much fat accumulating in the arms, not much fat accumulating in the butt, in the glutes, in the legs. It's really going to be mostly in the gut. And then once that becomes too much, when you get really, really big, then I will start to kind of drop. So become more like a bag, covering part of the crotch, and then the fat will start to accumulate kind of overall everywhere. But yeah, starting kind of here in the man titties. I don't know that I can say this. Oh, I'll need to delete that. Otherwise I'll be demonetized. Wait, actually no, it's not monetized anyway, so I don't care. There we go. But yeah, here, the man breasts, that's the thing. So it's gonna be a lot of fat accumulating here after the gut. And then from there, it's kind of just big everywhere. So everything will start to thicken up. So everywhere there's already muscle, everywhere you already have some fat, you're just gonna get more fat. So you can kind of feel yourself up, to know where that accumulates. In the arm a little bit, upper arm, in the forearm, not much. In the lower leg, not much usually. So it's towards the center of the body usually that the fat accumulates. So for male characters, that's it. For females, it's going to be not so much in the gut, not much at all actually. So it'll be mostly in the back here. So the glutes and the thighs, that's where the fat will accumulate first. Typically, you have all kinds of people, like some, look at yeah, just Google like fat people. You'll see it's the range is kind of wide. Sometimes they'll, sometimes for some people, all the fat will accumulate in the upper body, and the legs are gonna be pretty skinny, so it looks kind of weird. But typically for female, it's here. For the male, it's here. But yeah, I'll cover that in more detail. It's a good point. And how the different muscles bulge. Well, yeah, I don't know how to answer this. Look at bodybuilders, and then look at like really skinny bodybuilders. Like the ones that have like broad shorts. Look at those because they're not as massive, and then look at like really really big guys, and kind of look at the difference between the two. It's quite different. Some muscles will bulge a lot more than others. And yeah, whenever I look for a reference, that's where I look, because that's where it's the most obvious. But I don't know, maybe you were talking about when they flex or when they develop. I don't know that I got this right, but hopefully. That looks real good. Hell yeah. Yes. We. Spot on these. Nothing to say here. Other than well done. Let's take a look at these muscle boys here. All right. Yep. 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 Nailed it. So from the back, it looks really good. Maybe you could have maybe the trap piece just could be a little higher. Usually, like it'll be pretty much lined up with the sternum in the front of the body. So, if your sternum ends right here, that's kind of where the trapezius will end to. It's not 1-to-1, but pretty close. Just kind of the guideline, at least, that I use to remind myself. And but yeah, from the front here, I would maybe just make the chest muscle bigger, like I said before to somebody else earlier. Chest is more square-ish, like a long, tall square, tall rectangle, than it is wide. Same here. And then you're gonna have less space for your abs, and so your abs will need to be a little tighter, not as long. And the shoulder, always think of the shoulder as a ball, right? So from most angles, it's always going to be curving outwards, rarely towards the inside. Only in like really, really particular angles, like maybe seen from here, on the inside here where you have the bicep. But then it's because of the bicep, it's not because of the shoulder. So yeah, shoulder always lines going on the outside. If you find yourself doing a curve like this, like a concave curve, something's gone terribly wrong. Not terribly wrong, but that's unusual. Yeah, other than that, those are pretty good. Maybe here in the front you could widen those this abdominal group here. So maybe more like this. Actually, just select this whole thing. Because from the front you'll see mostly abs, just a little bit of obliques on the side. So the abs take up most of the space here from the front, at least. And then you have this nice sweeping line continuing into the chest muscle. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, and so you see here again, you know, the trapezius, it is a volume. It's not just like a drawing on a flat surface, right? So from the side here, it'll act kind of like a little mountain, and it'll block the view to the shoulder, to the deltoid back there. So it kind of bulges out, and then the delt's kind of like, hey, I'm back here. So same thing here. You can have that bulge out some more. So it's really like, always think of it, you know, when drawing muscles, think of you draw the first ball and then the other ball behind, and then another ball, and then another ball. It's this overlap that you want to keep in mind always. Otherwise, the muscle will appear a little flatter. And we don't want that. Yeah, man, you did really good. Especially if this is not something that you're used to doing. That's super impressive. What? Moving on to Peter. All right. Is this still recording? Yes. All right, so we'll do this one and then just take a short break again. We're at the 4-hour mark. So I am grinding my fundamentals. Please check if anything looks suspicious. One question for learning head anatomy. I think it's better to draw more constructed portraits like these instead of painting them fully. Am I right? Depends what you're trying to focus on, but if you're trying to just get better at drawing anatomy and then get better at drawing shading or at painting shading, yes, it's better to focus on just the anatomy. Not the colors, not so much the smaller details like the materials of the skin. That can come later. But these heads look really good. Don't her eyes feel too big, like to be real? It's like almost like a cartoony proportions. That's weird. Yeah, man, really good constructions here. These heads feel real good. And to know and to test yourself and to really make this like a good exercise, try to draw some from imagination, or kind of look at this and then don't look at it anymore, kind of hide it, and then try to recreate kind of the same face. I mean, you can start roughly just to get the right angle for the face, like where the eyes are. So tilted down a bit, nose right here. All right, so this is kind of the angle that we're playing with here, and then you start to reconstruct it from scratch, with what you know, rather than what you see. And at some point, you're gonna run into some issues, like, all right, how high is the mouth? Oh, it's like this. I see, close to the nose, right? And then you can kind of, solve the issues by looking at your reference. Yeah, you get a lot more by just doing this. A little bit of shading helps too, helps you visualize the volumes better. Yeah, those are great studies. Really good. All right, which is a study, which is real? Oh, that glass looks hot. As in sexy, if there is such a thing. Boy. Man, those are really good. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell which is which, so I don't know. That's great. Really good. Yeah, nothing to say here other than you nailed it. So let's move on. You got a really good control over these exercises. Crank up the difficulty. That's too easy for you. Cody. So Long time student, first time submission, hell yeah. Finally decided to join a feedback group and figured a step-by-step breakdown of my practice would give you a good gauge of where my skills are at and where I'm going through. Where I'm going wrong. Big difference. So the bottom one is my second time doing full body anatomy study. So apologies if there are a lot of mistakes. Don't apologize. There's supposed to be mistakes. If there aren't mistakes, then you should apologize, because then you're wasting my time. But it's expected there's going to be mistakes, and that's the whole point. So the arms and legs can still be a bit confusing to me. Please tell me where I'm going wrong and what can I do to fix it, and if I should take a step back and focus on other fundamentals before moving forward. Let's check this out. So first time doing a full body. Nice. Reference to. Perfect. Yeah. Just be careful, studying anatomy from other artists. Myself included. I take a lot of liberties with my choices. And my anatomy is not perfect anyways. So the same goes for everyone. So if you want to get the best reference, look at a real reference, a real person. But that artist is good enough. That's probably good. Just sometimes, sometimes you'll find a reference and then you'll study it and then the reference itself was kind of wrong. So just make sure that's not the case. Yeah. That's awesome. So from here, hide this. Actually, hide that too, and do it again. So you know the pose, right? You've drawn it many times, so you should be pretty familiar with it. And now it's test time. So that's where the quiz comes in. You need to quiz yourself to check and to kind of organize the memories that you have kind of just floating around right now. They're like, oh, I have this information. It's here temporarily, but unless you really classify it, unless you really organize all this new information, then it's just gonna leave through your ears, and that's my theory at least. But it won't stick as much. So now you know what the pose is. So you start kind of from scratch. I mean, actually, you can maybe start from this construction, and then build on top of that. Build with the muscles that you can remember. Of course, you're not going to be able to remember everything, but do your best, to recall as much information as possible. And then when you can't recall it, when you're like, what was it? Look it up. You have the reference right next to you. So what's happening? There we go. Look it up and fix it. Solve it. And whenever you have a question, find the answer. Do the detective work to solve the mystery. And it's that process that will organize everything, and then it'll be in your visual library long term, much longer term than if you kind of just stop here. That's already good, already really good. But yeah, better exercise is to redo it again from memory, and then you'll see you'll skyrocket your skill. It's the secret. That's the main difference why you see some artists, doing the same thing over and over and over again, practicing like crazy. And then you see these other artists that practice just a little, like a fraction of the amount of time that the other one practices, but they improve faster. It's just it's how they test themselves, how they quiz themselves, that makes the difference. Anything that your brain tells you that it doesn't want to do, if you think of doing that and your brain's like, no, son, please, I've had enough drawing bodies, then you're like, hell no, I'm not gonna listen to you. The more you make your brain suffer, the better. Probably can be taken out of context, but Okay, gotcha. So yeah, that's good though. That's awesome that you did that. It's just that, yeah, you want to be able to solve like all these things here. Make sure that all the lines you know for a fact is correct. This looks great though. So yeah, you want to make sure that you maintain, that you keep all of that, you know, that the time that you invested to make this exercise possible, you want to retain as much from it. And just looking at it real quick though, like probably you'd want to make the leg a little thicker here so that it matches the other side. And here, probably from this angle, you'd maybe be able to see less of the glutes. It could be more flexed. Maybe more like this. Because the leg is pulled back, right? So you need to flex your glute muscle for the leg to go backwards. It's kind of the lever that pulls on the femur. And yeah. But overall, like everything in here feels like it's in the right angle. Yeah, so now it's quiz time. Looking at drawing this against a real reference, making sure that all the muscles are exactly where they need to be. And yeah, man, it's really, really good exercise. And here, awesome too. Trying to deconstruct all of that. Yes, 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 yes. Like the shading, you know, not necessary. So kind of what I was saying earlier, the shading kind of levels up the same way as speed does, you know. So the more you practice something else, that's gonna come along with. So just practice your anatomy. I mean, of course, do shading if you know if it's fun. Keep the fun, that's the most important part. But it's not necessary. You know, like you could maybe do more of these without the shading than the few that you did with shading. That's another case of leveling up faster. But again, always good to balance that with how much fun you're having. Just doing studies after studies after studies. Maybe not the most fun. Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. That's it. This is it. Rinse and repeat, and then you'll be teaching that guy how it's done later. Jeffrey. All right. No, I said we're gonna take a break, so let's take a short break. 5 minutes ish. I'll BRB. I need to eat something. I'm starving. And so you should too if you've been sitting down for a while. Stand up, move around, loosen up. I'll be right back. All right. Let's resume, shall we? My belly is full. I have the nutriments to finish the stream now. Let's that's a lot of text. All right, Jeffrey. So this week I'm just submitting my proportions assignment. This was my second attempt from memory and I only ended up drawing it. Something's stuck in my throat again. Ended up drawing it one time while looking at your guide for reference. I felt pretty comfortable with this, especially since I've been doing a lot of live drawing, but if anything sticks out, let me know. Didn't double check, as I wanted to test myself more. Also, I did not mention last week what my goal is. Yep. I'd like to do art professionally, as I really haven't found anything I have a passion for. I'm hoping to get accepted into the concept art program at Art Center. I know it's expensive for what I would, but I would really like to go for the social experience, and as an excuse to move to the West Coast, I already have an idea for an IP, which I would like to start working on ASAP. Will be required for my portfolio as well as. Alright. Okay, no problem, you know. I'm not dissing all schools, you know, it's the money part. And if you have to go into debt for all that stuff, don't do it, of course. But if it's, you know, if your parents are helping and all that stuff, or if you're a baller and you're full of money, then no problem. Why not? Right on. So, goal is to get good enough to get into school. Yeah, I mean the bar is not going to be super high anyway, so I don't see why you would have any problem, especially if you hang around here for a little while. Around the streams, that is. All right. Yeah, that came out real good. Can't say the same about their faces, but but that was not the point. So actually, the face is not too bad. They just look a little scary. Yeah, that looks really good. It's an anatomy thing, so don't even pay attention to that because it's we're not there yet. But yeah, like you would just have a little bit more. Like the foot, you know, is always like you have kind of like the body of the foot, and then you have like the palm of the foot, like the toes. It's like two parts, and this part here, where the toes are, it's pretty flat, and then the body of it, it's not the right word, but whatever. That part here is a little thicker, so it would attach like slightly higher. But yeah, if that's the only problem I can find with your proportion assignment, which has nothing to do with anatomy yet, then that's probably a good sign. Like maybe your dude here has got a little wider hips than he would normally have. So it's just like that ellipse here is pretty wide. For her, you know, yes, it would be wider, but maybe not as wide. More like this. Yeah, and for males, more like a barrel. And then the legs, our legs kind of flare out, you know, after the hips. For females, it's the opposite most of the time. That's all I got for you. You nailed it. So yeah, looking forward to see what you have next week. Just you can increase the difficulty. You know, I think you did really good here. So make it harder for yourself. Fail more. Rui. Right. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I am. Hope you too. Could you please have a look at my assignments of color and light theory 2? Yes. Oh, that's good. That looks pretty damn good. Maybe, yeah, no, never mind. Maybe that wall could be a little darker. You know, a little closer to the shadow color overall. So not to say that it would be this dark, because there is some bounce line going on, but maybe towards the top here, you know, you could kind of darken the wall a bit more. Because, you know, this is a shadow, that's also a shadow. This should be kind of close in values. With bounce light, they're not going to be equal everywhere, but still close. Looks good otherwise. Alright, so this is daytime, nighttime. Yeah, so like first, you know, for this to be I was gonna say you would need more shading, but maybe not. No, never mind. That's not true. Yeah, and here I think like the biggest thing will be the shadows and how you treat your shadows, because during daytime, you know what makes it look sunny? It's that contrast between the shadow area and then the highlights. So if trying to find like where the light's coming from in here, kind of from above, it seems like directly above. That's okay if that's the case. I just want to make sure that everything that's pointing up directly, you know, facing the sky, is going to get that light. So anything that's pointing up, the top of that little bridge here, the top of that wall up there, top of that little tower thingy, up here, all of these faces pointing up will all catch the lights, and then it's that highlight, you know, that really makes it sunny. Like this highlight here, that highlight there. And here it's a little more curved, so maybe the bottom of it catches more light. Yeah, so where the light hits, very important. And then the shadow, in this case, yeah, maybe not as important because the light's coming directly from above, but still, you know, like these spheres here would cast some shadow. And if it's really sunny, which seems like it is, the shadow would be nice and crisp and dark. Under here, no light I can reach, really. Basically anything that's pointing directly up, anything that's facing away from the sky directly will be less dark, less bright. So yeah, overall it looks good. I think maybe like your bounce light is a little too intense. Like the light here, you know, like bouncing off of the ground. It's almost like the ground itself now is like a big screen, you know, that shoots light. Maybe a little too much bounce light on these walls here. So like I would probably just darken everything all the way to the bottom here, and then only like leave a little bit of bounce light, but mostly darken everything away from the ground. Yeah, and then for the light version, I mean the nighttime version, it's all the same, it's just different colors. So yeah, this looks good. This looks at night. You probably go a little darker. You know, it's at night after all, so it's gonna be even less light. So all of that is gonna be just less of it. So I don't know that this is going to do it. No. At night, you know, it contrast kind of gets killed, and the saturation too. And for a night scene, always, you know, always nice to balance all the blue with something that's a little warmer. Just like during a daytime scene, you have the sky, you know, to balance out the warmness of the sunlight. And here it'd be nice to have, I don't know, maybe like torches in there to illuminate the entrance, maybe. So that we get a little bit of warmth. It's not so cool everywhere. It's so cold. It's scary. Maybe up here too, like somebody chilling there, having a meal. Maybe somebody up here studying anatomy. And somebody up there just playing video games. Anyways. Yeah, make sure when you do this exercise here that you really clearly identify the different light sources. So the main light source, your bounce light, and here, no, I haven't. I've been talking about the main light source, basically the sun. I haven't really said anything about the bounce light. So the sky is really nice and bright, and so that brightness is going to make its way onto the walls, That light from the sky here will tint the walls, especially more so. It'll be more visible when the walls are in the shadows, when they don't receive the light of the sky directly. But it will tint all of your shadows this kind of blue hue everywhere. At night, not so much. Oh, that helps. Nice. Right. Oh, I see the bottom of the stack now. Yes. Making progress. Kristen. So this week I worked on less sketchy contour lines and better foot positions. I'll keep practicing those, hence are next on my list. I think if there's anything else that stands out, the next thing to work on, let me know. Right on, let's see. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's way better. This makes all the difference. Like these. That's so nice. Now the gesture is like this nice, subtle, kind of almost like shy pose that you would only get by, drawing the feet properly. Very nice. This too feels nice and planted. This one, yeah. Oh, that was good. Yeah, next one, the hands. That's going to play a big part. Like this hand here, that gesture will impact a lot of the pose. Same thing here with that one here. Like, is he going like this? Or is he going like this, like caressing himself? Big difference. Yeah, proportions here, very good. Like none of the limbs feel too big or too small. Man, these are really good, Kristen. Yeah, I think those poses where the proportions are more obvious, I think you're nailing those real nice. Next, like to increase difficulty, I would try poses that are a little more foreshortened. So like poses where like maybe like the limbs come towards the camera and that kind of stuff. This is going to really force you to really think about the volumes, in space rather than only proportions and gesture. So you're stretching a little bit more there. So that should be good. Should be kind of like a good next follow up to this. Yeah, because these are fantastic. Really nice. Yeah, even the muscle mass is like makes a ton of sense everywhere. Yeah, awesome. That's easy. That was a quick one. But for these, still keep in mind gesture real quick. Just so that when you start to look into anatomy, whenever you introduce anatomy in your studies, like everything gesture starts to stiffen up a bit. It's natural because it's more technical, so it's normal. It's a harder balance to achieve, but that's why when you're at that stage here, when you're drawing a lot of figures, just figure drawing, figure gesture, gesture drawing, figure drawing, try to push a little more. So whenever you have a straight line, in the limbs at any point, just curve it a little bit, especially in the legs. So here I can just enhance these curves a little bit more, make your characters a little more dynamic. I mean, this is correct. I'm not saying that it's not correct. It's just you could push it a little bit more and still make it believable, and it would help you later not have characters that look too stiff all of a sudden when you introduce anatomy. That's all I got for you. I'm sorry I don't have more, but it's really good. Joe. I want to make sure I'm on the right track before I start practicing heads in greater quantity. Another sentence that would make no sense in any other situation. Love it. I feel like certain angles are not correct. Welcome, Kristen. Keep on crying. delicious pizza here. Mm-hmm. Delicious purple goo. Yummy, yummy. Certain angles are not correct. That's good. That's important because it's the reference. Yeah, that feels good. That feels good. This one may be a little short. Like your you can make that a little bit. Yeah, I think the 2/3 here may be a little too small. I mean, it's pretty close, but and it's not like this head is completely deformed. You know, it's just a more compact head. I'm sure that exists. Excuse me, but for ideal proportions, you know, you just want something a little longer, more like that. I think that feels pretty good. That feels really good. That feels good. This one, same idea, a little short, but if we stretch out the jaw point, there we go. Nice. Same here. Oops. There we go. So this one is the only one that's way too short. The other one's mostly like pretty damn close. But this one here feels more like a sphere, like more like just a circle. The jaw barely extends past the sphere. So you just want to take this whole thing here. Spot a new layer. Take this whole thing, 2/3. And then 2 of these is going to be the length of your sphere, of your ellipse. And there you go. So your ellipse for the head will be slightly bigger. And then this is going to compound the problem if it's not accurate. So now it's long enough. So now we can split that in half and then extend it again by another 1/3. And we land all the way down here. That's why that would be, will need to be a little longer for this to work. But yeah, I mean, eventually, you know, you don't even need to look at that too much. It'll be more like you'll get used to the length of the jaw beyond the sphere. So you'll have a sphere here, and then you know it'll be kind of right if it's here or here. Like here might be too small, here might be too long. So you'll develop like an eye for that pretty quickly. So you don't have to do this all the time, like measuring things. But at first, you know, at first it's important. So yeah, the side ellipses are too small in some cases. Other cases, perfect. But yeah, like for this one, clearly too small. This one is a little short, a little too small. Same with this one here. That one here too. But it's not by much. It's just that when you take the 1/3 and then you add a little more to that 1/3, a little more to that 1/3, a little more to that bottom 1/3, like it kind of adds up. So that's it. Other than that, I love the angles here. Like I love how you maintain those ellipses like, really nicely. They're all parallel. That's really important. Yeah. So if it's just like measuring the size of the side ellipse, that's a minor problem. The most important is making sure that those subdivisions here, those cross sections, that they're parallel, that they work, that they're correct, and they are. Hell yeah. Warren. And by the way, Joe, you know, that's why it's sometimes a good idea. And I kind of recommend it to draw just basic facial features here. It doesn't, nothing too complex, like I said earlier. I don't know if you were watching, so that's why I'm repeating it, but you know, the nose, just like a ball. The mouth is just like a line where it should be. Then the eyes, it's the same idea, just 2 circles. This way, like you see the relationship between, you know, the side of the face, the facial features too. And so if you were to draw the facial features on here, knowing that the eyes would go lower than that, eyes here, nose here, mouth there, I think it's more obvious that there's not a problem here. You know, when you have the facial features on there, like, oh, that face is too small for the side of that head. And maybe that's another reference point that you could use to gauge, you know, to kind of double check for yourself. Anyways, moving on. Warren, all right. I had a good week, Warren. Hope you did too. My anatomy studies this week have been good. I feel as though I should move on to the next subject, as I've been doing this for a while now and I've gotten used to drawing the muscles and how they generally connect. The part I've struggled more with is my personal pieces. Both of them turned out badly and and I couldn't bring myself to finish them since they fundamentally felt flawed. I'm not sure of what it is really. The poses, the facial expressions, there's a lack of perspective in all of them. So they just feel off somehow, and I'm not sure what to improve and how to draw characters better. I really appreciate feedback on this and what you recommend to study, since I'm struggling greatly with making my characters look better. Let's investigate. Ooh, I love that light. Oh, that feels good. Oh, and like this is just a quick sketch with just a little bit of light on it, and already it's like, oh, that's the one thing that attracts my attention the most out of all of these, just because of light. The power of light. So let's take a look at your anatomy to see if indeed you got this. That's pretty good. I would like to see the length of this guy's sternum. I feel like this is a little short. Maybe not. Like some people have, and there's an angle too, so like he's pumping his chest. I feel like this is too long compared to the height of the chest, so I would probably extend it like all the way down here, and then like push this abs here, so like the first set of abs always a little shorter. Actually, how many abs you have in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got too many abs. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's fine. Never mind. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, maybe just extending the chest a bit, so that got a slightly longer, taller chest in relation to the rest of his torso. But maybe you're right. I just can't see the model underneath. So so how to draw characters better? Well, you know, like I always think of, you know, like comic artists or characters that just do mostly line art, and how good and how aesthetic and how like finished their drawings can look, right? So that's always my approach when it comes to art. And when people ask, you know, like, how can I make my character better? If you like the shading and then the lighting and the material definition, all that stuff, that should just be like icing on a cake on top of an already delicious cake. So like the sketch itself should be enough, basically, you know? So that's what I would focus on, to get to a point where your line art, you know, the way that you draw everything, can be enough, that you don't need anything else, that you have such a good command over anatomy, over perspective, over, you know, foreshortening, proportions, design too, that the rest is just bonus. And that's how I approach my art. It's always like that, you know. If I finish a line art and I'm like, I'll fix the rest with lighting or color. That's never the case. Like I used to do that. I feel like that was more like a just bad process. So in your case, you know, I would focus on anatomy a lot, on gesture a lot, so that your poses are nice and dynamic. I mean, this is nice, you know, that's pretty dynamic. But the hands are a little lacking compared to the rest of the body. face, excuse me. Face, not that it's bad, it's just that's weird, you know, like the shading here, and I know this done quick, like just quickly coloring a sketch. I get that, but the angle here is a little strange. Like you could make her cuter by just fixing the drawing itself without having to do anything else. And so it's those kinds of things that I would like focus on first. And like same thing with the nose here. Well, with the 3 pixels that I have to work with, a little bit of nostril, something subtle but positioned well. So it's all these anatomy subtleties and yeah, like having really good understanding of poses, of anatomy, of the muscles in different angles, flexing, not flexing, different, yeah, I said that already, different angles. And then you'll know, you know, you don't need to apply colors, you don't need to even think about that. If you're drawing solid, all the rest will mostly be good too, like it'll work. But the character, the quality of your character is defined when you draw it, in the drawing alone. So that's what I would focus on. Of course you can color if that's fun and all that stuff, but the biggest gain will be in creating complex poses that have like body parts that are coming towards the camera, other body parts that are going away from the camera, difficult angles, how if the body's flexed, if the muscles are flexed, like how those deform, how correct is it? Facial expression, is she angry, is she super smiley, if she, you know, whatever. And I feel like that's what's a little bit lacking in your sketches here. So it's a good drawing, but I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't stop here. You know, that would not be my final drawing. I would need to, yeah, probably go into shading, go into colors to get to anywhere close to being able to calling it done. So I would just focus on this step right here. Make that killer, make that amazing. Until this, don't move ahead. And so yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of the composition, you know, like is her pose fun? Is this telling a story that's interesting? Is her pose conveying the story? Is she supposed to be bored? All those things. So I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. So yeah, to go back to the muscle thing. So that's good. You know, like you don't need to study anatomy as much all the time. That's something that you always study anyways. So, you know, pace yourself so that you can see yourself doing this long term, and not kind of burn out. But now it's kind of like how you apply that knowledge onto like real characters. How subtle you're gonna make some muscles, how more visible you're gonna make other muscles, and your choices in how you deform and stretch reality, how you play around with the proportions to find kind of characters that will be you. You know, like, so, oh, that's a character by Warren. I know because he's often using those kinds of proportions, and so working on that. And then this is really, I think, what's gonna kind of skyrocket your growth when it comes to characters. Might be completely wrong too. There's only one way to find out. That helps. Moving on to oh, what am I just need to look at the art, don't need to look for a name here. Ryan, all right. Was that really 2 years ago? Is that possible? Maybe all this time, Ryan, you're like this prodigy that never realized his potential, and now that you're starting, you're gonna beat us all in like a few years. You're gonna be teaching in my space, yeah, in my place. You'll take over art school. Please let me work for you. But that's all. Man, that's impressive. I mean, of course, the base drawing was a great reference, but man, that's impressive. Jesus. All right, so let's read here. So celebrating 2 years of the grind. Hope you're doing well. I sure am, Ryan. So I have been on a roll lately and I have more studies to show you. This one is from Ilya Kushnov, and the other might be familiar. Indeed. I only have one specific question this week, and it seems really silly, but at some point during my process, I will end up putting a value on the sketch layer. Didn't read that well. Seems really silly, but at some point during my process, I will end up putting a value on the sketch layer or do lines on the value because I wasn't looking. What? Let my brain time to catch up to this. Oh, I see. Alright, so messing up your layers. Alright. Yeah, there's your name. There you go. Finally adjusted your last name. You should have many years ago. That's why, you know, like every workflow that I show has always a minimum amount of layers, because that's a huge problem. It was a huge problem for me too. Like whenever my files start to have like dozens of layers, I always mess up, even if it's less than that. So yeah, so work with fewer layers. Fewer the better, because then you don't run into these issues where you get confused, and that's normal. There's no real. I don't have like a trick for you, unfortunately. It's just being more aware of that, and but it's a good process though. Like always reminding yourself of that, it will structure your process better, and so it kind of forces you also to break down everything into steps and really like. Well, maybe you shouldn't be going back to that. Maybe you shouldn't be going back to your line layer if you're already doing colors. So maybe that first step wasn't done. And maybe it should have been done before you move ahead. And so it's kind of that stuff that it focuses on. It makes sure that it's, everything's ordered, and bam, this one's done. Next, move on to the next. You never need to touch that one again. You can almost like put it in a different folder for everything that you've done. That's something that I do sometimes. If I know there's going to be a lot of different steps, or if I'm working on like a gradient maps and there's going to be a lot of different sections, different zones. And whenever I'm done with a zone, I have like a group of layers, and then I'll just put the one that's done in the group that's collapsed, and so I don't see it the inside. It's just like done, gone, next, and then once everything is done, everything is in that folder, in that group, then I move on to the next step. Yeah, let me know what that's about. Nothing should be acting strange. Everything is code, so everything should be pretty predictable. But yeah, let me know if not. I'll check it out. So was that the study? Is that the result of the study? Man, that turned out really good. So maybe like maybe her like skull included. Maybe she doesn't have enough hair. It's more of a style thing though. I don't think it's probably more realistic the way that you did it. But I think it would be slightly more aesthetic if she had just more hair on top of her scalp, just more mass, more volume. You know the hair game. It's all about volume. I know what I'm talking about. But she's super cute. You did a really good job here. Yeah. Yeah, like this step could be better. Like I would spend more time here. Like a this is a YouTube video that I did a while back, but like when I said that each step, should almost be like a final product by itself. I'm not joking. That's really the best way to tackle it. And so if at the beginning it's always hard because you don't necessarily know what awaits you, after all these steps. So like the mystery, the intrigue, or the unknown is not reassuring ever in art. And so people will try to rush to the end to see, oh, this is what all those decisions kind of lead to, and then kind of go back and adjust. But the best case scenario, after you did this process a couple of times, is to really at every step just almost like think that this is going to be it. There's no further steps after that. It's just, I need to make a kick-ass line art. That's it, and I'm gonna post that, and then it's done. And of course that's not the case, because then of course you move on to shading, and then after shading though, it's done. No more. It needs to be final. And then when you get there, then you move on to the next, and then you're done. But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty clean. Just this one, like the face doesn't really hold up. The details here were kind of missing a lot of these crisper details. So those would be like the ones that are important to maintain here, making sure that all of that is super clean. But yeah, overall I did a pretty damn good job. Especially, like, this is a good reminder that it's 2 years ago only. And now you're cranking out these crazy studies, man. Of course, nobody can take all the credits. I can't take all the credits for my current skills. A lot of things went into that, but take the credit. You did it, and you ended up doing the work. Nobody drew that for you. In the end, you did it. So good job. Rachel. Ooh. Lots of bodies. Yes. I need to do. No. Almost said I need to do a 12-hour challenge drawing bodies, but that's a terrible idea. I told myself I'll never do that again. But you guys are motivating me, seeing all these body constructions. Now I'm getting nervous. Fear of missing out. Missing what? I don't know. All right, so it's been a while since I've submitted because of COVID and back problems. Oh, I hope I'm finally recovering and getting back into my work. Yeah, hope you got that sorted. That's not good. So a while back I submitted some gesture figures, and I have some more here. In general, feedback is greatly appreciated. As far as my other drawing, it's some fan art of Midna from LOZ Twilight Princess. Legend. Zelda, obviously. So to keep myself drawing during my recovery. Any critique you can give on her pose and anatomy is welcome, as I don't typically draw female characters as often, and often struggle with them. She's a little rough, and I haven't really figured out what I'm doing with her hands. I'm often told my female figures look too masculine, so I might have overcompensated. Really? That's usually the other way around, Like, you're able to draw your own sex pretty good, but the other sex is always a little bit more unknown because you don't have as much, you don't see the other in the mirror as much as you see yourself. You don't have as much visual library. You're welcome, Ryan. All right, well, she just looks like a typical rich queen that's just drinking her wine. That's what I'm seeing here, like a champagne glass. Or when those long cigarette holders, I like the gesture of the handle. Looks cool. This one. She just doesn't have a wrist though. Like like this thing here, you know, like the wrist starts here and then the hand starts a little bit higher than that, but it's like a buffer area here that that behaves weird, and I think it's just missing that here. So bone right here. We have the radius, right? Is that the radius or the ulna? No, that's the ulna. Never mind. Ulna, and then you're gonna get kind of like the one part of the wrist, and then the hand kind of begins. So you want to have like that buffer area between the hand, the palm, I should say, the palm of the hand, and the rest of the arm. Anyways. Looks good, but I think you could maybe like curve it a little bit more. Give it some extra character. Yeah, and that other arm. One thing that's gonna happen for sure though, if you know, if she leans against that armrest, is that she's gonna put a lot of weight on here, and that's gonna push the shoulder up. And so if I do it, you know, if I lean on my chair, see what happens. Like my shoulder that's not against, or that's not leaning on the armchair, is kind of dropping, and the other one is pushing up. And so you'll want to have kind of like the opposite effect here with your shoulders. So like almost taking this whole thing here and rotating it this way. I don't think the head needs to move at all. You know, you can just be neck like this, chest going like that, and then the rest. Yeah, and then this way, this shoulder is a little higher, that shoulder is a little lower, and this one's higher because it's leaning against the armrest. That one isn't. But overall, this looks good. Like, for what I can see, you know, in here. So like her legs are kind of off screen, so can't really see much there. But from what I can see, it kind of works. Maybe the angle of the chair though doesn't work as well. So if she's sitting down, like it feels like the horizon for her will be a little lower than what you have. And so like the back of the chair here, like this is the back, that line here. That's like the back side of the chair where the headrest, not the headrest, but where the back part, whatever. It's just back. I have no vocabulary. Anyways, this line here, the back of the chair, you just probably want to push it down and kind of change the angle here. Those armrests, so that the chair, instead of being seen, instead of let's say it's a box, instead of looking at a box this way, we would now be looking at a box that's that way. You know what I mean? Like rotating it backwards. So, because she feels like she's sitting pretty much at eye level, like her belly here is at eye level, and then we see the top of her head, like we have to look up to see the rest of her body. And so if this is at eye level, that indicates that the horizon is really close to. So in this case, this kind of angle would indicate the horizon is all the way up here. And in her case, you know, that would be all the way up there. That's probably too high for her hip placement, at least. So going with the thing that needs the least amount of work, probably just moving the chair rather than redrawing her entire hips. It's probably simpler. So yeah, moving that down here, so that corner's here, goes up, and the armrest starts maybe here instead. Also slightly change of angle for the chair. But yeah, for the hips, you know, like when it comes to when it comes to time to like shading that area, because I don't think we got into that yet. Look at yourself, you know, take a photo like crossing your legs this way to see how the shading is going to behave, because from the side, you know, you have the stomach going in, the pubis, and then you have the legs, you know, kind of going this way. And so there's going to be a big change of highlights when you change the plane here. So probably, you know, if the light's coming from above, you kind of get a lot more shadow down here. And then the top of the legs will catch more of the light. And so, yeah, when it comes to shading this part here, just make sure that the belly looks right and all that stuff. Take a photo of yourself. Maybe you can curve that up to make those cylinders for her thighs like coming towards us a little more than that. That's her hips. But it's this line here that I was looking at on the inside here. Those curves. Yeah, I already looked at these. They're awesome. A little rough, you know, a little rough sketch. So yeah, keep working on your line, all that stuff. But generally speaking, proportions and just so good, really good. Maybe that guy's hair is that guy's head's a little small, like compared to the feet. Maybe him too, but it's minor stuff. Those are really nice drawings. Well, it helps, Rachel. And hope you feel better. All right, what we got here, Jackson? There we go. Starting to recognize your art style. So I started this concept yesterday, and I think it has potential, but the design feels really weak. Do you have any advice or ideas how to make it more unique? I had a few ideas, like extra armor details, a pattern, but would love your input. All right. So one thing that always good to keep in mind is that if your character doesn't have a visible face, you're already you're making your job twice as hard. So you know, we communicate so much through the face that if you remove that from the equation, now we can't connect on that level with the character because we can't see the eyes at all. So we don't know, like, a bad person, if they mean well, if they're evil, we have no idea. And so that's something. So maybe it'd be worth it to have the helmet in, like, I don't know, maybe she's holding the helmet and then you can see the face. Or maybe there's enough of an opening, or like she's like looking towards us and maybe there's like a slit in the center where you can see a little bit of the mouth. Like, some clues already would go a long way. But all of this to say, it's not, you know, it's not a problem necessarily. It's just, I'm just pointing that out. Yeah, to make that more unique. So she is a knight. She's got her sword, she's got her armor, she's got some flashy colors. So she's like the orange, not the orange, she's the yellow knight. You know, knights, often they come from, often, maybe always, come from, like they help support certain families, some you know, royals and important people. They're basically, yeah, bodyguards, and so they'll have, you know, they'll advertise whoever they represent. They're kind of like, yeah, the personal bodyguard. So, you know, if it's like a king that really loves blue, in this case, a king that really loves yellow as a color, then yes, you know, she might wear some yellow, but also that family, or that family of royal, they're going to have probably like a crest, and then the crest will be based on things, part of their history, part of their heritage, all that stuff. And so usually the crest itself will have a lot of indication as to what you could include in the design. So sometimes there'll be like some animals on there. Sometimes there'll be like some monsters, some dragons and stuff, some lions. So thinking of a crest might be something good, especially if it's like a knight based in reality. If you're looking for ideas, so maybe just designing that first, or looking at one that exists already. So I don't know. Let's try to find. What we got here? Yeah, so like any of these, like the more intricate ones, like this already gives you a lot of design elements, to work with. So you know that the base of the plate is going to be this kind of blue, and then you're gonna get a bunch of I don't know how you say that in French and in English, fleur de lis, a bunch of these types of flowers, and in not almost, but creating a pattern too on softer fabric. And then that mixed with gold elements and with silver plating, and then you get all these little intricate, like whatever you call these things here, like around all these details that you could include in your design. And so I would think of that first. If you're going for something that's yellow, and maybe this one has yellow, but also has like an animal here, so like based on a tiger. That's interesting. That's a hook, Tiger influence, an animal influence. So maybe it'll be maybe you'll have like a tiger face in the shoulder pad here. So maybe instead of being just a plain shoulder plate, it'll be like the face of a lion. Nose here, teeth coming down, kind of engraved in here. Maybe the eyes, the nose, whatever. And so you do that kind of throughout the characters, like using those different influences. And then that's going to be, maybe she's going to become the lion knight, So if you think of it this way. All right, what else could make her look more like a lion, like a lioness? Maybe she could have like some fur on her, so it's not just like this yellow thing, but it's like maybe like furrier fabric, like thicker fabric, and like lion fur. Maybe she's got like some claws somewhere, like on here, maybe something that looks like lion claws. Same thing on the feet here. Maybe it's like kind of some details here for the toes, even though she doesn't have toes, doesn't matter. And then if they're meant to be rich, or if they're poor, if they're super rich, then maybe you kind of have like a bunch of golden details in here, like golden trims, maybe a tip here, all gold, crusted but encrusted with precious pearls, maybe, or maybe the family that she's representing, they're poor as hell and they have no money. They're like peasants almost, and so she's gonna be like, her armor will be all run down, maybe kind of like dirty. She has no money to clean herself. Maybe instead of having this nice fabric here, it's gonna be like all busted and full of holes and full of dirt. So it's all these things, and same thing with the head. Think of like a lion. How can you arrange this here to look more like a lion? Maybe lions have a bigger opening here on the outside, and something down here for kind of like the nose. Maybe base the shape of the opening here for the helmet on like the skull of a lion. That could be something that's interesting. So it's all that kind of stuff, right? So it's all the storytelling. It's all the hook really is. You look at this character and you're like, oh, it's that's the quirk about this character. She's the lion knight, and it should be pretty obvious. I know you know that, but just saying for other people as a quick reminder. Anyways, hope that helps. Moving on to Alexandra. Here are some hand studies, the anatomy study with the corrections you told me a few weeks ago, and a quite self-indulgent painting of a face. I love focusing on the lines, but I wanted to see how one of my drawings would look once it was colored. It doesn't have very strong shadows though. It's just something quite plain, so I can think about the lighting later on once I watch the video about the color light. Yeah. That looks really good. Yeah, there's no like real direction to the light, but that's fine. You know, you don't need that at all. It's just something that I like to recommend when students are like, well, what else could I add to make it pop even more? The lighting usually the answer, but that looks really good too. It's kind of a lightly shaded, really nice, clean line art. That's a really good aesthetic. I like it a lot. Yeah, I really have nothing negative to say about this one. Love the structure of the face. Maybe a little feminine. Not that this is necessarily a bad thing. Maybe he's more like that, you know. But one thing maybe with the shading, because you have some already. Like up here, when the eyebrows are so close to the eyelids, it's not because they're really close. Because if you look from above, you know, there's a good amount of distance here. It's just going to be the angle. So if your eyebrows tilt down to the point where they now start to block, you know, the view onto the eyeballs, that just means that this will be kind of like a roof. So all of this to say that I would just put a little bit more shadow down here, just to again reinforce the fact that it's more kind of like a little roof over the eyeballs, and that the eyeballs are pushed back in their sockets. They're not actually that close to the eyelids. It's just perspective. And the more intense that perspective is, the darker it will seem. But yeah, so I was saying he's feminine. What would make him more manly? Again, not that you need to, but I got nothing. It's good as is. Nothing that I say will make that better. We'll just make it different. No point in that. In her case, you know, the only thing that you could maybe improve would be the overall gesture of the character. Like right now she's standing pretty straight, not necessarily like the most exciting. So you could reinforce like that arch here in the back, and usually like women will have that tilt way more pronounced than men anyways, and so like naturally the hips will be more tilted backwards. So maybe going from here to here, like increasing that just pushing the gesture some more. But you know, besides that, which I mean, you don't necessarily need to. You know, if she's meant to be more like a bodyguard, you know, or like a guard somewhere, that's not meant to be feminine at all. She's meant to be more like a, you know, just built strong, just to protect, to defend. Then disregard that stuff. maybe she's more like just stiff personality too, that could contribute to. But just something that I think might be worth exploring. Just increasing the gesture a little bit, not increasing, but just yeah, just pushing the gesture a little more so that she doesn't feel as stiff. Because it's a cool pose, you know. It's a dynamic pose. She's doing something. She's acting. But the rest of her body indicates that she's not really. It's just kind of like the arm that indicates that. Maybe try to put more power in the arm. Maybe introduce like a twist in the torso. Like maybe her pelvis is facing us more, you know, and she's like rotating backwards to shoot or something. Like desperate at last attempt. Anyways, proportion wise, other than that, anatomy wise, she's quite impressive. Maybe her shoulders could be less long, like more like the anterior head and posterior head usually are much shorter. Just making sure that you have kind of this, the right size for all of these. So shorter and attached a little higher. Actually, not really shorter, just attached higher here, and then this one's attached a little lower. Just making sure that you maintain kind of like that shape here. Very nice advice. These hands too. The only thing with your hands, real quick, you know, is just the palm is a little thin or short sometimes. So for this one here, what is it? I think in this case it's just too short. So I think you could just kind of grab that whole thing here, push it forward some more, and kind of have like the muscle here for the thumb just bulge out a bit more. And now you kind of have enough, you know, enough of a mitten to form the palm. Because usually the palm will be a little longer than the fingers are, average at least. Rarely the other way around. And so yeah, this looks good, you know, long enough palm, good length for the fingers. That looks really good. This one here, kind of the same idea, you know, a little short that way. I think it could be slightly, or is it that way, or maybe it's just this muscle here that needs to be more prominent. Maybe that's enough actually. Yeah, I think that was it. I think it's just like the part closer to the wrist, the part of the hand that's close to the wrist. It was a little lacking in volume, but overall these hands are really nice. Awesome stuff, Alexandra. Woo woo woo. Curtis. Ooh. This week I tried another character design since I had so much fun on the last one. Once again, I'm just looking for general feedback on what is working and what isn't. Hopefully this week's design reads a bit more like a warrior than a prostitute. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely better in that sense. Man, that looks good. That looks really good. That's a good hook, you know? She's the flower lady. There you go. I don't know that. Is this a flower? How do you call that? Succulents? Is that it? Yeah, I guess. So she's the succulent lady. That's cool. I need to say something. Yeah, the proportions are good. I like the design. I love your choice of color too. Like maybe I would adjust just the saturation and the brightness for that that color here, like the turquoise, to maybe like make this one here pop some more, just so it attracts a little more attention, gets closer to the focal point. You know, this is where you want the eye of the viewer to go, in this area. And so yeah, just increasing maybe the saturation level here a little. But man, that came out awesome. Like everything is so realistic with her, and I don't know that I'm I don't know that I should say anything because I do that too, but like the anime eyes, you know, like it stands out a little too much, I'd say, compared to like just the realism of the concept otherwise. Like they almost glow too, so maybe it's not just the size or the shape of it, but maybe more just how bright it is. Yeah, like it feels like the eyes are glowing a little bit, you know. So maybe if you just kind of tone down the white here, and maybe reduce the iris a bit, just so that she looks, I don't know, again, this is more like personal preference, but it feels like doesn't really quite read as like a manga or anime character, you know. It feels more like the normal design based off like realistic-ish proportions. And so yeah, the eyes just felt a little too different. I don't know, maybe just changing the white of the eyes enough. Or maybe you like it that way. I don't know. It's more of a personal thing. But yeah, overall the design came out awesome. I would maybe find, like, the last thing I'll say is just like that color here for her bodysuit is pretty consistent throughout. So maybe there'd be opportunity to brighten it up, like introduce a gradient. Gradient's always nice. Always nice in design. Same idea here to guide the eyes towards the focal point. So by making the top here of our outfit a little brighter, a little more saturated, maybe we can achieve that. I'm just doing it overall, like I'm gonna destroy your shading, of course. Maybe if I use this. It's too saturated, but that kind of effect, you know, so that the eye naturally is kind of guided upwards. Actually, like what Kellen's saying here, yeah, I don't disagree. Like, this is cool, you know, like the silhouette of these flowers is really cool, or these plants, and like it's pretty significant, you know, like it's spiky. And in yours, we kind of lose that because you have kind of like this nice clean edge. So yeah, like having maybe more of that texture in your dress, I think might be kind of cool. Similar to what you have with the forearm, actually, and like what you did with the hair. That's nice, you know, like it impacts the silhouette. That's nice. I would just do that maybe with these things more, and they stick out and they influence silhouette, spice things up a bit. Yeah, really cool, man. All right. Monsieur Olivier. This week I studied perspective with various images and also worked on female torso anatomy. You sure did. I used an anatomy figure I bought in real life. I referred to anatomy 2 class and perspective 2 class, and I stole that sheet on Marco Blanco's post. Well done. I ended up feeling up to the challenge of doing a woman's torso in 5-point perspective. I know it's not perfect, but I think I did a good job on it, and I'm on the right track. Oh man, that perspective is... Alright. It does look good, so that's nice. Maybe the hips here could take a little more space. Like her torso could be a little longer. And pushing out the hips down. And this down as well here. But yeah, this looks good. Perspective looks nice. The foreshortening here looks nice. I would for this, I would try to change the silhouette so that it doesn't look so much like a human. Because then it's mostly treated as a just like character design rather than mech design. But like if the legs have like these super blocky shapes here that you need to kind of figure out. What's cool about the stage when drawing mechs is that you make stuff that makes no sense. If you can't visualize it, it's almost good. It's almost like a good thing, because then you'll have to make it work like with machine parts, and you can pretty much make anything work. But if you start with a human, it's like, oh, it's gonna look like a human. Maybe not as exciting. So maybe it's like his arms here, like you can take these and go like boom. How does that work? I don't know. You figure it out. Maybe he's got like super long torso. Like super beefy legs. Like make stuff that's weird and then try to figure it out with machine parts. That's the most fun, at least I think. Otherwise it's just character design. Not as exciting. So that a good way to do that, is just take a human and just deform the crap out of it. So you take like exactly what I did here. Like you can take this bit here, that, and transform, make it wider, stretch it out. Like maybe not that, but move things around so that it doesn't look like a human anymore, or not as much. Let's take a look at these. Oh, so that's how you can. I completely overlooked what you did here. Ah, there we go. So that helps. I should have spotted that first. Sorry. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Based on that kind of works. So I mean, what I said about the proportion still applies, but yeah, that torso seems to be in the right angle. Maybe angled up a little more, so we'd see kind of like the underside of the breast instead, because it's above the horizon after all. So like probably nipple would be a little higher. I am gonna take a look at these now before moving on. So well constructed, like the body feels realistic. Maybe like an extra set of abs on there though. 1, 2, how much we got? Yeah, you get one subdivision below the belly button at most. Usually you don't have any. So 6 above, and sometimes, usually one big one here, sometimes 2, but that's quite rare. It's just that her hips in this case are a little too narrow, especially for like the thickness of her thighs. You just want to make sure that the hips go wide enough. And that the widest part is not going to be the hips, going to be the actual sockets for the legs. So you're gonna get. Let me undo that. So you gotta get your hips somewhere around here, probably wider than that. But then below that you get the femur that attaches the joint, and this is going to stick it out even more. So then you have to kind of keep going to contour that, and then you can ramp up the legs. And so this here is going to be the widest part. It's where the joints are. And then crotch should be a little lower too. So just keep in mind like those 2 steps, you know, bump number 1, hips, hip bone, and then the joint. Pushing even more against the side of the silhouette. Moving on. Yeah, no, with the perspective, I think you did a good job. Like looking at the construction, I couldn't see it before, just trying to imagine, but seeing it constructed is basically what I didn't want to do. And so it's nice that it was already there, because then you confirmed that it was in fact right. Right, Joey. So the first attempt at gesture drawing, do you have any tips for approaching it mindfully? Plan on practicing these every day, so any general advice is also appreciated. I bet, you bet I have. You bet I do. So are these all the same time? So for the like at the minimum, you know, like what you want to aim for at least is something like that. So this is probably too little, or maybe it's all the same time and you just got used to it. You know, you sped up, maybe. But just FYI, you know, this is what you want to have at a bare minimum. So this here, not as useful. So I would kind of like double the time, and so that you can add a little bit more volume, a little more meat on those bones. Yeah, good to see here. Nice line of action. So that's something that I mentioned maybe last week or the one before. Whenever you draw limbs, you know, always consider that they're not straight. Mostly the lower part of the body. But actually, that can apply to pretty much everything. So when drawing legs, like this, imagine that this would not be possible at all. In real life, you know, it'll be kind of straight, but for gesture, like we're really trying to push the gesture. That's all it's about. Push the movement, even if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And so instead of having these legs like this, you know, always use curves. So whenever you have a straight line, no, you can't do that. Use a curve instead. So anywhere that we see a straight line, here, kind of straight, not good. Instead, curve it the other way, curve it, and there you have your legs. So push that some more, and do that for everything. Same thing with the spine here. The spine is curved. Just curve it a little more. Always push a little more. If the body's going like this, then maybe go like that instead, a little more. Because the references, you know, the reference image are nice, but they're not gonna be. You could still add more gesture to it and still kind of hold up, maintain the proportions and just the integrity of the drawing. So a couple things to keep in mind besides that for the next ones. Size of the head, so make sure that this is a little more consistent. So for the most part, it's pretty good, but then once in a while you'll get like a case like this where you got like a tiny raisin head in these characters. So yeah, just trying to make sure that you maintain like good size for real human proportions. And sometimes your leg's a little short too, compared to the length of the torso. Where was it? Like, well, actually, I guess it was the opposite for this one here. Legs are too long in that case. But yeah, so looking at the proportions, quick guidelines to help is the crotch usually is about the halfway point of the entire body. And so for like ideal proportions, in reality, it's not the case, but it's just easy to remember. So crotch had a halfway point, and so this one here looked pretty good, you know, a good proportion, half, check. This one here, pretty good too, half, yeah, approximately. This one, crotch is down there, so this one's got more of an issue, and by just looking at those two, like the relationship between the torso and the legs, like you'd be able to spot that, you know, if you just kind of introduce that into your process. But I love the line quality, the confidence in your lines. Not too much hairiness in here. That's good stuff. Yeah, so just try to sneak those extra tips in, see what happens, and yeah, make sure that you can at least do something like that. That's not quite enough, not enough time, and you really can't extract that much, you know, from the reference if that's all you can do with it. So if that's how you progressed, and you know, using the same time you can do that now, that's awesome. But if you had to double the time to get to that, then just do that from now on until you feel like you can go back to this time and get more out of the time. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Hopefully. All right, moving on to Shimeng. All right. How are we doing on time? All right, not so bad. So I did the 4-point perspective exercise here. I love your feedback on both the proportions and the perspective. Things definitely look strange with the perspective exercise. The low camera angle on the face is also a bit tricky to do correctly. Yes, that is true. It's one of the trickiest angles to draw face. So, you know, not a big deal if you can't do it. Because that's not really, excuse me, that's not really the point here. It's just to get something that's approximately okay, like at least big enough. So in your case, yeah, like if we remove the face, which you can do in this case, we're just really looking at proportions here, not so much the facial features or anything like that. Yeah, your head's just a little small from this size. I think you can make it bigger. And lower too. You know, like if you look at me like this, you can see part of my neck, but the second that this angle increases, this is smaller now, right? It is, believe me. Because part of the chest here, so I guess a better way to represent that. So let's say you have a ball here on top of a cylinder, or on top of a cup. What happens if we tilt this scene that way? Well, now we'll be able to see the bottom of the cup, and the cup will kind of go up this way here. It's going to be the edge of the cup, and then that ball that was on top of it, directly on top of that cup, now it's going to be directly up here, kind of like that. So now we'll be behind just because the angle is different. So the same happens with the head, right? So normally that's a head and that's a torso. And then when you tilt all of that back, then the torso itself will start to show up in front and then kind of block the view onto the head. And so you can make the head bigger by just kind of extending it downwards. Since yeah, you can't go higher than this. You can't go lower though. There you go. So this way the head's bigger face too. And if you just scale up kind of the head, the face that you drew, it should hold up a little better. And same idea with the feet. You just want to make sure that those are a little bigger too. So down here, they're kind of laying flat. So you kind of have to imagine that kind of have like a grid here. Like she's walking on like a sidewalk in the middle of the street or whatever. And yes, her legs are going towards the ground, but the feet are coming towards us, right? Because she's walking towards us. And so the feet will be a little flatter from our point of view. So not distorted as much. So it's as if you're looking at the top of the foot, almost. So not much distortion from this angle. And then a similar thing here. as you tilt everything back, everything that's kind of overlapping tends to shift. So let's say you have the nipple right here and the breast right there. If you tilt that back up, well, the nipple now raised, right? And then you'll see more of the breast down here. So kind of like the same thing here. If you need to take that up, push it up to follow the correct perspective. So maybe kind of up here instead, pointing up. Knees pointing down. The crutch pointing at us. Yep, that looks good. That looks good to me. Very nice. Yeah. Nailed it. This one. Nice proportions here. Maybe the hand's a little small, but you know, if you add fingers, there you go. You get there. Nice. That's all. All right, Callan. So just started the course. Awesome. Welcome. And I got something juicy here. First time in the teaching stream. So this is a character concept I've been working on. I always struggle with lighting a character properly, especially in a concept art with no or little background. Try to make the light coming from behind his back. So next time, let me know what. I don't think you have. So let me know what your goal is. You know what you're doing with this. What's the point? What do you want to get out of art school? And you know, it can be just to get better overall because it's your hobby and you like it and you want to get good. You take your hobby seriously, or maybe you're looking for a job somewhere, or maybe whatever, you know, whatever the goal is. As precise as you can formulate it, the better, so that I can kind of, you know, guide you to that goal as much as possible. If I don't know, then I don't know. I'll just guide you to one goal, but it might not be the right one. So here you're asking about the lighting. Right, so before lighting, I think what would help this character the most is just better anatomy. The anatomy is pretty good already. It's definitely stylized, but it works. You know, at first glance you're like, oh yeah, that's a cool character, nice. But it would just be to just fine tune that, just finesse it some more, introduce just more of your knowledge of anatomy as you gain it. You know, as that grows. So like this line here going into the arm. Not quite right. Same thing with the bicep here going to the shoulder. Not quite a 2. Here's a little too narrow to be the joint. The legs, you know, usually the mass of the leg will be mostly at the top here, and it'll tapers down around the knee, and then flare out again for the calves. But yeah, the thigh muscle, the shape of it is a little off. So for example, like the arm here, let's operate real quick. Just to show that I'm not bluffing, that this will make a good difference. And I'm saying this because this is what you would need to focus on to solve your lighting issue. Because it's all connected, and if you have a good understanding of the anatomy, if you can visualize, you know, the different body parts and different angles in your head, then you can light it 100%. It's not going to be that complicated. What's really, really tricky is to go the other way around. So you have like a shakier anatomy, and then trying to make the lighting, basically trying to solve the anatomy with the lighting. This is not gonna be fun. So anyways, front delt here, attach clavicle a little higher from this point of view. So we get your traps here, just one bump. Going to the neck, and then usually, you know, if somebody's like this beef, gonna have thick neck to go along with it. And then front delt, middle delt, bicep here, going into the forearm, brachialis, triceps back here. Your proportions are really good though, so that's very important. So brachioradialis group here, into the thumb, and then here you're gonna get all your extensor muscles. So, you know, good-ish. It's not, I could work this a little more, but it makes a difference, right? Now, like, everything feels connected properly. Like, oh, now the lighting going from the chest into the shoulder. Oh, that makes sense, right? So that now the top of the shoulder here, gonna get the light. So it's all that stuff, you know. So that's just anatomy. That's all it is. All right, so there you go here, right here, perfect. So you want to get a job eventually, going to make a portfolio when able. What kind of job, you know? Probably character artist, but is it for is like studio job for for film or games, like concept artist in games? Is that what we're talking about here? I'm guessing that's the case. Yeah, and so if you want to make a job out of it, your anatomy needs to be not 100%, nobody's is, but it needs to be as close to real as possible. And so I would spend most of my time, if I were you, drawing anatomy, making sure that that all you see here, that everything is connected perfectly, and then everything else after that, that's going to be important, of course, like how you design characters. And I'm only saying to focus on anatomy because your character design is pretty cool. Like, this is awesome. This looks great. So nice colors. I like your style of shading. I like the saturation in your colors. I like your lines. I like your ideas. So I don't feel like this is as much of a problem for you compared to anatomy. So yeah, it's kind of like it's like you have like you're like a really good architect, but the lens that you chose is kind of shaky. So even though you design like this beautiful house on top of it, you know, the second that something goes, you know, the second that maybe like some of the ground, there's like a pocket of air in the ground that you didn't plan for or something, now like the entire house is gonna get ruined because the foundation of it were not as good as they could have been. And so you just need to reinforce those, and that's gonna be anatomy. Your proportions are good already, so I don't really gesture drawing, practice that stuff kind of on an ongoing fashion, because every character artist just do gesture drawing all the time. That's just a thing we do, but mostly anatomy. Yeah, because then after that, for the lighting, I mean, if the lighting is coming from the back, then probably like that head and that leg here is not going to get much. Probably the arm is not going to get much. Probably all of that's going to be in the shadows. And then the top here, where and you have the wings too. So the wings might be blocking the light there, but let's just say that it's coming directly. It's coming from high enough that the wing doesn't, you know, cast any shadow on the body. Let's just go with that assumption. Yeah, like all these top of the shoulders here is gonna get it. The clavicle is probably gonna get some of that light too. The top of the chest maybe. But that's all, like, knowing where all these hits of highlights, you know, will be. That's all just anatomy. That's all it is. And so yeah, for this character, I mean, it's coming from the top, that'd be pretty much it. Maybe a little bit of on the knee, the knees bent. But anyways, got it. So character art games. Yep. So there you go. Everything I just said applies 100%. So anatomy, 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 And you'll see, man, like especially in your case, because your more advanced skills are kind of more advanced already. It'll just make all of that level up without you having to do anything. So just solving your anatomy, it's gonna be like really, really beneficial. And that's it. Moving on to Alessandro. So slowly progressing on this one. First question is about perspective. Is everything as it should be? Second question is about the process. Should I detail more the flats before starting shading my character? Is it alright as it is? Should I detail more the flat before shading my character? I mean, you'll have to detail them at some point, right? Unless they're all the same color. But I would think that these details here would not be the same color, probably. That'd be like a good opportunity wasted. So in that case, it's not like gradients. So if you're not going to be using the gradient technique to color your character, then yeah, you want to have every color be different already. Because then it'll be done. You'll have to do it anyways at some point. So might as well just do it all at once when it's clear, when it's flat, when there's no shading kind of getting in the way, making things harder to see. Like all those details here, like this shirt, for example, you probably want to color that differently. And do that for everything that you feel will have a different color. So hope that answers it. And then for up here, perspective. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff in here. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna have nightmares. Just lines everywhere. Yeah, so the most important parts here is just the ground, making sure that the ground itself is correct, but she's not touching the ground, so not too important. Or is she? Is she? Maybe. Or she's just like sitting in a table and her leg is just kind of dangling. Yeah, then in that case, the ground doesn't really matter. But yeah, the most important part here will be whatever she's sitting on. That thing here, that looks like it's following the proper perspective, so no problem. And now she's where's her cheeks? Where are her cheeks resting? Somewhere around there. And then you have the cylinder for the leg kind of coming towards us. That distance here, half a table. Yeah, seems long enough, probably. Yeah, that works. No problem here. That one here, going towards the side. Yeah. I'm convinced. You would fool me. The biggest part, really, the biggest challenge to make this foreshortening feel good, feel solid, will be in the shading. So it's how you shade the knee. Right now, there's not a whole lot of details, but you just make sure that you treat this as like a block, and then this is like another block that's kind of sticking out from it. Just think of the leg like that, and you should be fine with your shading. That's a really good drawing. So I don't know that I mentioned this last time, but maybe the detail here a little intense, that so much so that you probably, I don't know, when you save it online, at like a normal size for people to browse, it'll be like this big. You're not gonna have enough pixels to display all those details, so kind of a waste in a sense, unless it's printed massive. then maybe you will. But other than that, you know, be careful with small details because, yeah, like a normal size, those you probably won't see. I think I mentioned all last time. But man, yeah, the hair. Oh, that was nice. Added detail. It wasn't like that before, right? Yeah, there's definitely more details here. That feels good. Now it feels like part of it. Yeah, that was killer. That looks awesome. Like you drew the entire room. Do you need to? Like what is your frame going to be? This whole thing? Because probably, you know, you're gonna waste a lot of time like painting that. But do you really need to? I don't know. Wouldn't it be better if that was kind of like the framing? A little bit more focused on her. Food for thought. Other than that, looks awesome. Moving on. Timmy. So yes, all is well. Hope all is well with you as well. So I've been working on a head anatomy from term 2 for a few weeks. And I've learned a lot. Yes. Just finished this piece here. Any feedback on things I can improve or where I can go from here would be greatly appreciated. Also, I am having difficulty constructing the face to match the proportions of the model. Do you have any tips or to better capture the likeness? The damn likeness. So, who was I saying this to? Zainab? I forget. Man, I have terrible memory during these streams. I see just so many of them back to back. It's all a blur. But likeness, I'll just say it again. It's like end game stuff. You get to that point after you've done this process so many times that just drawing a head for you is just like, you know, I'm just drawing another head, whatever. No big deal, kind of easy. When you get to that point, the only challenge left will be to capture likeness. So that's why I say it's end game stuff. It's super advanced. I mean, you can use a bunch of lame tricks, you know, to be able to capture likeness from the beginning without actually using your skills, your observation skills. You know, you could trace like grids, you know, like. But I don't recommend that at all. You don't learn anything. Like you just turn into a copy machine. No, nothing impressive about that. So yeah, you could like separate the grid here and be alright. So her eyes are perfectly in the 12th, 13th, whatever, you know, section, whatever, and so you can measure everything super precisely this way. Kind of pointless, you know. It's not gonna help you draw heads on your own. You'll be good at copying, but is that a skill that you want? I don't know. Probably not. Way better to be able to draw it with your own skills from scratch and understand what you're drawing, not just copy what you see. So, likeness will come a little bit later. Not to say that you can't still get something that looks kind of like the same character, you know, by like matching the, like, you know, caricatures. They don't look the same, but there is likeness there. So it's really how good you are at observing certain features in the face and making sure that you maintain those. So in her case, she's got how do you call that? She's got like sleepy eyes in a way, like a little bit, you know, like it tilts this way a lot more than in your version. Like here, you have the peak of the eye, and then it kind of drops from there. Sometimes it'll go straight and then drop. Sometimes it'll be more angled upwards. Not as much as that, but yeah. So she's got this going on here. So that's something significant about her face. She's also got a longer face, so a longer nose, mouth a little bit lower. So in your case, you know, the face is definitely cuter, definitely not as long. And I say cute, I'm not saying pretty. Don't change my words. Because yeah, anything that's rounder will always look cuter. So bigger eyes, rounder face, you know, anything that's more like a baby, really. Babies have big eyes, round face, and it's considered cute. So like I would have a hard time like isolating what's unique about her face, especially with this kind of lighting, you know, because the lighting is just really, really flat. It's not a good photo. But yeah. Later, Fuad. Thanks for swinging by. So anyways, yeah, I'll just stop here because that's, you know, like I said, this will come with time. The most important right now is that whatever head you draw looks like a real head. That's priority number one. After that, once that's cleared, then getting the likeness to match, you know, that's going to be a lot easier after that is solved. So I would like to see kind of like the construction lines that you used here, because your head's a little short. So just making sure that you draw proper sphere, that you split that in half. What, 2/3 of that's gonna be what, about this much? 1, 2, 3 down here. Chop up the side here. Join, connect the dots with the chin, and then you're gonna have your eyes, your nose, your mouth. And so you want to be, I mean, obviously do it better than that in more than 10 seconds, but you want to be able to draw like this stuff, correct guidelines, correct proportions in any angle. This is the most important. It's the most boring of the two, of course, you know, and this seems like it's a lot more fun to work on something like that. But believe me, it will be way more fun to work on something like this when you start to level up this even more, because all of the stuff that you did here will also level up along with it. And I'm not joking. I know maybe it can sound like I'm just saying this so that you do what I'm saying, you know, but to make my point. But I've experienced this over and over and over again. Like I haven't recently, all I've done in the last like year or so is only practice. I haven't practiced shading. I haven't practiced anything other than anatomy, and all my other skills have leveled up like crazy along with it without doing anything, without focusing on any of them. So maybe I'm different. I don't think so. From what I've seen from other artists, that's how it works all the time. And so foundation is like this multiplier. Yeah, foundation solid, everything else, no problem. So yeah, not to say that this head's not well structured, you know, it's following not necessarily the ideal proportions, but it's a well constructed head. You know, the eyes are in proportion with the nose, with the mouth. Yeah, she's got a rounder face, but it's a cuter face. Maybe her forehead's a little high, so we can maybe like. And again, you know, like the top line here, the top third, the line of the third line up here, that's the hairline, and so don't forget that one. Otherwise she's gonna look like me. Not that this is a bad thing, but you know, I think she's cuter with hair. Yeah, so anyways, like all of this to say maybe sounded negative, but this is a really, really nice result. So it's just how you can consistently create something like this with strong structure in any angle, from the top, from the side, from below. And the most important, it's not really the shading. The shading helps you figure a couple of things out, you know, like when you get to the nose here, like, oh, okay, so this is gonna be the thickness of the nose. Maybe this is a little too wide here for the thickness, so maybe I want to push that some more to make the nose more narrow. So you can still get some out of it, but it's way more beneficial to just focus on this. Or at least, you know, use a greater proportion of your time to spend on that. So in your case, maybe that's a little wide back here. Her jaw, a little high, a little wide. And just, yeah, practice that stuff a lot. and you'll see. It won't be too long that you'll be tackling lightness. Hope that helps. So, all right, been quite some time indeed. Hope you're doing well. I am. Hope you too. I've been working on my colors by creating a small illustration to train my color theory and beat my color blindness. I'd love to hear your opinion on colors. I even use green, which I have a hard time seeing. Yeah, that's what I remembered. The green, tricky one. What? I need to see exactly what you see. Otherwise, there's no way I can help. Which color is an issue? I don't even know if you're here, but let me see. Color blindness, green. So red, green. Okay. Reds and the greens. So it just looks like brown, I guess. Like super desaturated. Okay, so it looks good. It looks really good. I love the character. Love the bird. It's nice. You can feel the breeze with all the little blades of grass here. It looks pretty good. Like I don't think the colors are that big of an issue. Like if you didn't tell me, I mean I knew already, but if nobody told me ever that you had color blindness, I'd be like, no problem. He knows what he's doing here. So yeah. So the green is a little radioactive, but not that much. And you know, once again, like the ultimate test to know if it is or not, is to always look at your color wheel here or your color box, and always in comparison with other stuff. So different lighting situation, different paintings gonna have different saturation levels, obviously. So it's not like a set number, but in relation to the rest. So you look at your sky here, about half saturated. You know, the bird here, the eagle, pretty saturated, but of course he's black. The beak here, pretty saturated. That's good. You got that's probably the most saturated thing in this entire piece. And yeah, you don't have a whole lot of other colors, but decent saturation. You know, the yellow's pretty saturated here, brown's pretty saturated. So a higher end of the saturation levels for this painting. So what you could do, and I think that's gonna be fairly safe, is to compare the sky and the green. So if you can see the blue well, you know, if you're happy with this color here, it's about half saturated. I would do the same with the grass. Let's try that. I never really thought about the relationship between those things, but there is a relationship to find, I'm sure. Let's find it. So taking that grass here and bringing that towards the center. What kind of green do we get? Oh yeah, that's nicer. Oh, this is it. Yeah, so maybe go by that. Of course, you always want to make sure that you know, your accent colors, or the colors that matter the most on your focal point, on your emphasis. You want to make sure that those are always number one. They're the most saturated, and everything else is going to be less than that. So look at your sky. Sky is half. All right, do the same with the grass here. That's pretty good. And then with distance, of course, you can desaturate even more, or introduce a little bit more blue. So you can just color pick the sky color and maybe brighten it up a bit. Kind of apply that on the horizon, just to push the depth a little bit. Yeah, and then as you get closer to the foreground here, you can slowly increase the saturation just a little bit. Like this is maybe a little too saturated, you know, it's starting to compete with your character, so maybe don't go that saturated, but you can just take the same color, saturate a bit, and use that. That's pretty good. Yeah, so I hope that helps. That came out really good. composition-wise, unrelated to colors, but there is a lot of distance behind the character, less in front. Whenever a character is moving, you always want to leave more space in front, just so that you can kind of imagine the movement in the canvas. Now it almost looks like you took the photo too late, like he was already kind of, past where it should have been. So I would either just move the entire character this way if you have it on a separate layer, or just like crop a little bit of it, so that at least it's the same distance or less behind. That's it. Very nice. The lighting. Yeah, this is a really, really nice piece. Simple, but nice. All right, Hannah. So, I have been keeping well, yes. I hope you have as well. Recently, almost all of my stuff has been in work in progress purgatory. So I have not had much to show. I finally finished up some expressions with Vivi for my comic project with Liv. So I thought you might want to check them out. I'm also working on a creepy illustration of another character from the project. I'm not sure if it's clear without colors, but he's sort of squatting. Yeah, it's clear. And also included some joke artwork that I made of some of my classmates in art school, just for enjoyment. Yeah, so I saw these. What the hell? Nice. Oh, there you go. You have the name. View, Nico. Whose is this? Is that you? Gnawing on some delicious worms. Amazing. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty damn good. All right. There you go. So, yeah, no, I'm joking with you. I know. This is the character. Yes. So for this one, what is it in the perspective? Like, I love the upper body. This is ace. Awesome. That looks really, really good. The length of both arms feel proper. Feels like she's touching the ground. I think like this foot here maybe a little too much to the side. Like, it's not like I would rotate it this way a bit more, so let's say this is your ellipse, I would make it more round so that it feels like it's flatter on the ground. Same thing with here too. So if we take out all the details, like as if we're looking at the shoe from above, some more like this. And it's that brush that keeps changing the color. And then for the legs, yeah, like the foreshortening on this one here, not selling it, but maybe just erasing some details might do it. It's already better. Just like from this angle here, we'll see the front of the knee, I would think, right? Like the leg needs to come up for it to bend back this way. So right here, what we're gonna get like your patella, kneecap. Then, so this is kind of like the cylinder here, this whole thing for the upper leg. And then the cylinder for the lower leg. Kind of like this, going through and down. And so yeah, so they're gonna bend right about there. Fold can kind of continue here. And I feel like this, the calves are gonna be pressed against the leg, and so they are going to be more like a pancake right here. So probably that's going to extend it further out before going into the ankle. It's a tricky angle though. I feel like that works a little better. Just to be sure, I'd still look at, like, I'm not sure I would need to squat like this to know for sure. Like, would the feet be able to stay like this, or would they have to go sideways more to make that pose possible? I just don't know that the hips would allow you to stay like this. Maybe. But I would test it just to be sure. The foot might need to be oriented this way to make that possible. But yeah, other than that, it looks really good. It's just, yeah, you'll probably want to simplify some of those details if this is going to be a recurring character, because there's a lot of details in there. Love it though. Beautiful. Slav or Japanese, yeah. But but still, this would be uncomfortable. I think. Maybe not. I don't need to do it. But I'm not gonna stand up from my chair and test this pose. You do that. Alright, so some expressions. Yes. Yeah, and like those are really, really important, right? So, you know, like drawing manga, it's always the same, usually the same facial features that come back, not facial features, the same expressions that come back. And so, like I said, like I told Olivia, just making sure that you work on your extremes so that those, like when you really need to sell an emotion, that it's really well done, and that you have a really good control over those more extremes, so happiness, anger, like rage, disgust, yeah, like that's good. Yeah, no questions about any of these. Pretty clear what they represent. So awesome stuff, Hannah. That's a good submission for the week. There's a lot of stuff in here. All right, Ron. So for this week, I did a material study for this armor, but I feel like I failed to capture its feeling. Any tips on how I can improve it? Hell yes. Oh, you bet. So, overall, like the texture that you have here is nice. I think it's just going to be like the amount of reflection that you have. That's like the contrast mostly, because, you know, basically with metallic surfaces, everything's going to be super crisp, super clear. And this is going to be, you know, if it had no damage, it'd be just a mirror, right? So like a chrome ball, would be able to see ourselves in it. And then the second that you start to add damage to it, so when the surface becomes less even, then the light will scatter a little bit more. And so a highlight that might have been like on a perfectly clean surface, clean highlight that might have been something like this, like a shiny metallic surface, and maybe like some bounce light here. When you roughen up the surface, then all of that is gets a lot blurrier as a result. So kind of what you have here. I just think you did it too much. That's all. Like here, it's blurrier, but there's still, you know, like the transition from highlight to shadow, or from highlight to no highlight, is significant. You know, it's not like not a soft gradient like you have here. It definitely falls off a little faster than that. And so I think if you just brighten up your highlight, you can make that transition from highlight to not highlight more intense. Already your metal is gonna look much more metallic. And same thing with all these little edges catching the light. Like, oh, look at these bolts, how much they capture some of that light. It almost looks like it's glowing. So whenever you have a sphere here, really, really punch it in whenever you have a little bit of an edge here to capture the light. Really highlight that. Super bright. Same thing here. Same thing with the edge here on the inside. So it's really going to be that contrast. So contrast is important between highlights. The contrast is important overall. So you want to make sure that if something is metallic, you're going to have more contrast. So everything that's, when you shade, everything's going to be a little darker. And when you shade brighter, everything's going to be a little brighter than it is for like skin, for example. And then you want to make sure also that your specular, like this here where the highlight is, the hot spot, you want to make sure that the fall off from that, so the transition from the brightest point to when you go back to kind of just the even metal, that this transition is not too long, not too soft. The crisper, the cleaner the metal is. And then metal is just reflecting, right? It reflects everything. And so back here, it gets brighter again. So you could, same thing here, apply. So that's contrast, right? Making sure that your bounce light here is bright enough in contrast to your darker color. So that it reads as, oh, there's a transition here. It's not like that subtle thing that you had before. It's, oh yeah, it's a clear transition now. And then from the top here is there, whatever, if there was like another color up here, or maybe there's nothing up there. Maybe the top here is just like a black ceiling, or maybe there's nothing, so there's no light at all, so it'll be just a little darker than what you had. And it's that kind of contrast. You just increase it. Already it looks a little more shiny. And I'm not really changing a whole lot here. Kind of using what you had and just increasing the contrast. Yeah, and then of course this metal. Starting to lose my voice. This metal here has got a lot of damage, So you see it's all brown here and it's all bluer, like cleaner up here. So there's also that gives it character. You don't have nearly as much here, which it's not a bad thing necessarily. But yeah. Oh, the house. Moving on. Oh, there's 3 left. Oh, snaps. All right. Yeah, so that one. I was expecting it. There it is. So Nico did pretty good once again. All right, let's try to find something to improve here. More like, let's nitpick on this. Yeah, first of all, that looks awesome. Super, makes me happy just looking at it. This warm versus cool, lighting, always nice to look at. It's always pleasing, always aesthetic. So I think there's 3 things here that I'm noticing, and that could be better. And we're starting really like the bar is really high already, so just keep that in mind. I'm already extremely impressed. First one, I think the saturation of your grass a little overkill compared to everything else. So like right here, I feel like it would be nicer and it would feel warmer, like around where it matters, if this was knocked down a bit. So let's try that. Because the green is pretty radioactive here. Let's try to kill that and reserve that saturation for other things. Yeah, already that feels better. And you always keep in mind that there's a sky up there, and so the sky will be the one contributing to that like a grayish bluish tint maybe that we see now. So it's less warm, a little bit cooler because of the sky. And the shadows here, I think we'll probably crank that up too. It is bright outside after all, you know. A lot of light bouncing around. Bright blue sky, I'm guessing, because it's pretty sunny. So all these shadows are gonna soak up some of that bounce light from the sky, and like really feeling that light. Yeah, kind of what you have here. That looks nice. So it's basically this here, but on the ground too. And then yeah, to continue with the bounce light, I feel like the grass will absorb a lot. The grass is not super reflective, but still, like I feel like you'd get some bounce light up here, maybe some bounce light up there. You know, like the light hitting here, and bouncing back up on this facade here of the little cart. Like that kind of stuff. So warming up your shadows and just in some areas. Because of that bounce light. So if anything, like up here, you know, it would be a little bit brighter down there. I mean, it would be a little brighter up here too, because the light's going through it. But also towards the bottom here, where the light bounces more directly. And then the second thing, like a clear focal point, a clear point of emphasis. And it's always tricky when you have such high level of contrast everywhere. But like whatever's most important about this little cart here, so whatever this represents, I would emphasize that. So if it's is it like a merchant or is it like a home? I would think it's probably more merchant, like measuring drugs here. Yeah, and like there's a lot of details here, so I feel like it would be cool to reinforce this area a little more, like bring the attention back here some more. So could be just having like a little light in there. That might be cool, like a candle light. I'm just trying things. Or maybe this potion here is like glowing. Maybe they're measuring some of that green, some of that pink stuff. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Give me some of that pink, bro. So that's too much, obviously. It's overkill, but you know, that kind of stuff. So if this is where the action is, this is where you want people to look at first, because that's what this cart is all about. Then giving more meaning, more purpose to this area. Or maybe it's important what's inside, and so I don't know. You could have like some light on the inside here, somebody doing something. But probably it's better on the outside. There's already more stuff. And what was the third thing? Yeah, probably Olivier. I wouldn't be surprised. What was the other thing? Did I already say it all? Yeah, saturation, bounce light, and emphasis. There we go. So those were the three. Yeah. Just to find some wiggle room there to fine tune. So the bounce lights, again, the emphasis. So like having this area be more attractive to the eye, so that there's no question, you know, this is where stuff's happening. This is where we should look at first, probably, because it's really interesting. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of really cool details. I mean, everywhere also, but maybe also you could have some, I don't know, like a chair here to make it seem more like a workstation. Maybe like a chair on the other side there. Again, just to give this area more purpose, and then the saturation level overall, so that the cart and what matters stands out in contrast. Awesome stuff. Jordan. So, hope everything is going well. Damn right. Had a day full of art. What can be better? So I was not able to get much done this week, so I've whipped up some anatomy sketches. I just looking for any feedback or an area where you might think I need to focus on. Yes, sir. So all right, reference. That looks good. That looks really good. Where's her head? Poor. Yeah, that one with reference looks real good. So I don't think you need to use references from now on, but to construct your characters, you need to check against it. But to start, I think you should do this more often. So there is some struggle here. That's good. You know, like some of the feet here. It's a little thick, maybe. Like it's mostly good. Like most of that is pretty spot on. So yeah, I would just do that a lot more. And always double check with real references. But just like references from studies from references, like straight on, like you look at a reference and then you draw it. I don't think you would get much out of it. Like you're pretty much capped out for that. Not that there's such a thing, but I feel like it would make you work more. It would push you more to do this stuff. Yeah, same thing with this one here. I'm guessing this one was also without reference. And the only reason I'm saying this is because like the volumes here. What is it? Is it I think it's just the ribs are a little too bowy. I don't think that's the word. Yeah, like the twist here of the hips seems a little strange, like the body's going that way, but her hips going that way. Not necessarily a bad thing, but you would need to have a twist here in the muscles and make that very clear. That the torso twists. And probably you would need to rotate those hips just a little bit to make that work this way. So almost like the hip was here, but kind of pushing it forward there, having that one closer to the edge there. I think that'd be a little more natural. And maybe a slightly longer torso too. So that there is enough room, below the rib cage for it to articulate, but for it to bend and twist. Yeah, so what I would recommend that you focus on is work on a lot of these characters from imagination, but always keeping a bunch of references at hand. Anatomy figures too, if you have some, kind of all of that stuff. Like, so anatomy figures and references for the pose, and with a combination of all of that, kind of fine tuning your constructions once you're done, so that Yeah, so that you start to basically make this into something that eventually will look as good as that, but that you can construct on your own. That's the goal. And then from there, it will be like what you can define from here even more. So with the different muscles of the leg here, and really fine-tuning all of these, improving your knowledge, adding layers of knowledge, more and more over time. But in the immediate future, you want to get to this point and being able to draw this from construction, so from scratch on your own without using references. You're not too far, I think. It's just a matter of practicing this, supplementing with references, correcting the issues, doing that over and over again, and you'll see over time you'll have to correct less and less and less. And not too long from now, you'll be able to do this for imagination. Maybe. And then there was Nathan. All right. Last one. 7 hours stream. Oh, not so bad. 7 hours for a record day. So this week I didn't have as much time as the previous ones, but I really wanted to give character design a go. I also did some gesture practice, as I do every week now. I'm looking to get some feedback on my rough fantasy knight concepts in terms of design, and I was wondering if this is a good approach when aiming for triple game character concepts. My plan is to make around 10 to 15 more of these, and then work out one of two of them to put in my portfolio. So looking for some feedback on my rough fantasy knight concepts in terms of design. I was wondering if this is a good approach when aiming for triple game character concepts. Am I understanding this right? I don't know, but what I would recommend. This is good, you know, like to do a bunch of thumbnail sketches, a bunch of quicker sketches before you settle onto the one that you really like, and then develop that one further, just so that you don't choose like the first one that you do and then kind of just have to deal with that, even though that might not have been the best one if you did a few more. So yeah, practicing a bunch of different silhouettes at the beginning, that's good, definitely good practice. To do 10 to 15 more, honestly I don't know that you would need to do that many. The more important, you know, as a concept artist, is your design skills. That's it. Of course, anatomy, that's kind of a given. That's the foundation for the design to even exist. But so I would practice first anatomy. Make sure that you're really good at drawing characters. So that stuff here. This is your bread and butter. You want to be able to do this really easily and do it from imagination to eventually. So keep practicing that stuff. Those are great. Nice proportions, nice gesture to them, like good line quality in general. Like some of these, you know, you're wasting a little bit of a bunch of lines, but the result is good. So it's just a matter of just keeping that in mind, and over time, you know, you'll end up with just one stroke for that. That is the goal. But yeah, these poses, man, are so solid. This is an awkward pose, but perfectly spot on, perfectly done. Yeah, these are really good. So when it comes to design, of course, look at a bunch of references. Design is all about visual library. It's, you know, if you're drawing a bunch of knights, I would hope that's what you're doing, but make sure that you have like a ton of knights armor, of armor like this. One really good website if you want to spot some. Do I have it saved in here? Hope so. Yeah, there you go. Check this out. These blacksmiths are awesome. Blacksmith, is that the word? Whatever. Armor smith. They make a bunch of costumes that you can like buy to order. It's been so hard to not buy one for no reason at all, but you can look in here and just like for medieval stuff, just a bunch of great references. They take great photos too to advertise their their costumes. And also they have a bunch of armors that they make, if I can find them. There we go. Armor, boom. Armor suits. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And a bunch of different styles too, so awesome reference. This is what? Armstreet.com. I have nothing to do with these people. It's just a random website I found. I thought was amazing that I bookmarked a while back. Yeah, like looking at this stuff, you know. Shush. Get out of here. And you have it from different angles. So yeah, these are great references. Be bigger if the window was bigger. But yeah, looking at, you know, the different solutions that they have for like to block access to the joints or to protect the joints, the different types of plates that they use for that, how they use, yeah, just so many different types of armor. Some are better in some cases, others are better in other cases. All obvious stuff, but this is a great source of reference that I found. I'm sure there's many more, but just want to get started. And that's really what you want to be doing, right? So you want to have a bunch of these references up as you're drawing your characters, and then you just snatch some of these. Oh, I like these shoulders. Boop. Now they're on my design. Oh, I like this boot. Boop. Now it's on your design. And then the more you do that, you know, like grabbing stuff here from stuff that from references that you like, at some point you'll be like, that other boot that I stole last time, not stole, but you know, that you inspired yourself from, that I got last time from this reference. Maybe I can like change the top part of it and replace that with this other boot that I found that was really cool. And so now you made like a hybrid boot from two different references, and this is the design process. You do that over and over and over and over again, and it's how you mix and match those ideas. And yeah, in your case, you know, you're learning the anatomy of an armor, and that's what you have to do as a concept artist. That's the whole point. You have to get good. You have to really push your visual library in one field and create cool stuff out of it. So it's the same as learning anatomy, except now you're learning the anatomy of an armor, and you gotta get real good at that so that you know every piece, what it represents, what it's for. And so that's when you start to come up with cool designs, because then you know what the foundation is, and now you can start to play around with it and tweak it and push it a little bit. So yeah, so if doing like 10 to 15 more helps with that, helps build your visual library. I don't know if you're going to be using a different shoulder pad every single time, if you're going to try to do a completely different type of armor every single time, yeah, that helps build your visual library. That's good. But I'm not sure which way is better, to be honest. So to spend maybe more time on one design and really research it, or do a bunch of these using a bunch of different references, I don't know. I'm not sure which is best. Probably both are good. But anyways, hope that answers it. Yeah, and it's really going to be how much you push this, you know, to make it unique. Right now it looks, they all look kind of a generic knights, or generic characters that don't really have like a particular hook. This one's already a little different. He's got this big hammer. That's cool. But what else? You know, what else about their armor can you push to make them very unique? Like all of these, if you look, this one's a little more bland, but that it's pretty striking, right? So it's like this, almost like this mixed medieval and Japanese samurai armor. That's a cool hook. That's way different. I've never seen this before. Maybe it's super common back in the days, but to me, that's different. Same thing with this. That's very different. That's like a striking design. It's unique. It's like, oh, you don't see that every day. It's those kinds of things that you want to really focus on. And even better if you can sprinkle some extra things from like animals or insects, or kind of what we were looking at earlier in the stream with the lion armor for Jackson's character. So that helps. And we're done for the day. Oh snap! So 7 hours, not too bad. It's a good day of work. So hope that was helpful, and had a lot of fun today. A lot of really cool art. A lot of cool assignments. A lot of good progress. That's what I'm the most excited about. And yeah, you guys are awesome. So hope that you have a good rest of your weekend. that you have a good creative week ahead. Once again, if you've watched through this whole thing, you're crazy, but I appreciate it. And if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube and somehow made it through the end, once again, impressive. And if you want to learn more, if you want to have your art reviewed like this every single week, look down in the description below. in the description below, and you'll find more info about the program. I would love to check out your stuff too. But for all the students in here, thanks for showing up. Like I said, I hope to see you next week